Okay, members, can you hear me out there? Representative Sweeney, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Members, really just back to this is a classic last day of the session. You wait for conference committees. So just been told we're still waiting on committee number 1 and committee number 4 to be drafted, finalized, make sure, and got to go through the review process. So I'm being told about another 15 minutes. So let's check back here at, well, let's say 15 minutes, 1:50 then. We'll come back at 1:50. And we still have a conference committee on number 2 is still out there. So we'll just keep working and I'll check back in about 15 minutes. The House will stand in recess till 1:50. Thank you.
I can't get back in. It says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Yeah, they only did that for you just because they don't want you in there.
Okay, members. Okay, thank you. So latest update now is that we're looking at 2:30. I think number 4 has been agreed to, and they're going to distribute copies. So you'll get that copy on the email. Number 2 will go back into conference committee here, I think at 2 p.m. in 7 minutes. And I think number 1, there's one little language issue that they caught. We thought it was ready to roll. But I think they found a little language deal they're working on right now to make sure they got it right. So that's why we got a little delay. So we'll look at 2:30 for sure. Number 4 will be ready to go over and vote on by 2:30. So about another 35 minutes. Okay, so thank you very much. House is in recess until 2:30. Okay, members. So now we are waiting, you're watching your email. It should come to all of our emails here on House Bill 1004. And then we will turn that over to the conference committee to explain it. So that was the phone call I just got to watch. It'll be coming soon. I think the other conference committees are wrapping up. Getting close anyway. I think number one went back, had a language correction that they're fixing. So we'll just kind of pause here. And we'll watch our email.
Mr. Speaker, did yours come through?
No, I have not seen it yet.
I'll bring a copy down.
Oh, you got one.
Yep.
Nice. Okay, I'm going to refresh this again.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
my video is shut off, please.
Okay, can somebody turn that on, Jamie, or? I'm not sure I can do that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, what'd you say?
I think, okay, Representative Task has got his video.
There it went. Thank you.
Okay.
Paper raining is off too.
Keep arena. Let me see if, I don't think,
Says the host stopped it.
oh, really?
Same thing with Representative Freeman.
Honestly, it wasn't me, but I think, help turn you on, but
Who's having problems with their camera?
I'm fine.
I think we've got him now.
Freeman. There I am. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, so you haven't got that in your email yet? Still waiting? Okay. I have a paper copy. Representative Greer? You don't have a copy, do you? I don't.
Mr. Speaker, I do not.
Okay.
We've obviously signed
Right.
the report, but we do not have the official report
Okay.
for presentation.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Representative Duncan.
I will forward that to you, Representative Greer. And I guess I could forward it to everyone, but I received one.
Well, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Representative Duncan, what you received was not the final.
Yeah.
Okay. You received a draft that we signed. Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll just. Okay, now I think Joint Conference Committee is up on the website now. That's what I'm being. Let me just, so if we can all go to the WildLeg website. And if you go to House Bill 104 and you go to amendments and you at the very bottom, There'll be House Bill 104, Joint Conference Committee Number 1 report. That's a live link. So I'll wait for everybody to find that. So go to wyoleg.gov, go to the legislation, House Bill 1004. And then at the top right there, the tabs across the top, it's the third tab that says amendments. Now go down to the very bottom, House Bill 1004, Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1. I want to, here's what I guess I would like to ask you to do. When everybody has found that report, go ahead and kind of raise your blue hand on this screen, and I can kind of see where everybody's at on that. Just raise your little blue hand. Looks like a lot of them are. We're getting there. Okay, I think we're about halfway there. So again, that is wyoleg.gov, our website. And you'll come to that home page and go to view legislation. House Bill 1004. Go to amendments and all the way down to the bottom. Okay, Chairman Greer, are you ready?
I'm always ready, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so we're at that order of business now of consideration of joint conference committee reports. The first report for our consideration is Joint Conference Committee Number 1's report to House Bill 1004. Chairman Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move Joint Conference Committee Number 1 to House Bill 1004, and I'm very pleased to ask for your favorable consideration. Mr. Speaker, for the explanation of this report, I'm going to turn it over to my committee members, Representative Burkhart and Representative Duncan. I think Representative Burkhart's going to go first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, what you have is Joint Conference Committee report for House Bill 1004. And I think instead of going through this line by line, it's easier to explain what we did rather than what's actually written out. So, and I'm going to go in order of the bill, not in order of the amendments. I think that makes it also easier to understand. We started off, and if you have that report in front of you, page 6, line 14, what we added in there was to make sure that any closure orders from state or local government entities are included. Some counties issued orders in addition or differently than the state did. Most of the changes are in section 3, which, if you remember, was the grant section changed to a stipend section. And we added in a definition for businesses required to close because of the virus. And those are ones who were ordered to close in the closure orders. So that's one change that we added that's an addition. And we kind of split the difference on some of these with the Senate. They agreed, we agreed that it made the bill better and more what we were thinking all along. We added in there under eligible business, if you go down to page 2D, we left the 100 full-time employees or less in there, which I think all of you wanted. I got a number of emails saying you wanted that. But what we added was some discretion on the part of the Business Council for those companies who could show good cause, but may have had more than 100 employees. For example, do we really want to cut off on a company good solid company that has 102 employees. So it gives them a little bit of discretion to make a decision based on their rules. In Romanet 4, right below that, we made sure it included it was a result of closure orders with respect to coronavirus. And if you look, section 3 is the section where we changed the grant program to a stipend program. That all stayed in. I apologize for not mentioning that earlier. Then if you go towards the end of that section, page 4, what was added in there was an additional group specifically for those businesses required to close. Now just pick an example here, barbershops, cosmetic salons, those places that were outright required to close. They had no other alternative. And it provides a set aside stipend just for those with the criteria that are listed there. There are 4 of them. They have to demonstrate loss of income and revenue, changes in the amount of expenses due to the order, whether they received any other support from the state or from the federal COVID funds, and the other factors established by rule of the council. We set aside in there, the conference committee did, $500 or $50 million. We've all had problems with this number, but it's $50 million only for that supplemental closure provided in section C for those businesses that actually had to close. And frankly, most of those businesses are relatively small. So I decided not to do the way we do it with the budget, which is the delete and further amend, adopt. I think it was easier just to explain and what the end result was rather than to go through all of those. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, members, any questions? Representative Duncan, did you want to add to that, or anyone else? Okay, I'm looking for blue hands and I see Representative Flitner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd ask the co-chairman with regard to those specific businesses who were closed, if they did receive, say, for instance, PPP money in the previous package, would they then be ineligible for any of these dollars?
Okay.
Mr. Speaker?
Go ahead.
Point of clarification for myself, please. Do we do this under second, third reading debate?
We do.
Okay, thank you.
So you just can go ahead and write those questions down and okay, any other, Representative Flitner, are you finished then? That question? Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Clem?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I am curious about, I see that, I just want to make sure that this is correct, that the conference committee deleted the, I guess the 4th program that was added over in the Senate. If I can get that confirmed, and if so, what was the discussion on that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Representative Summers?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So just trying to track the money. Total money in the first bill, same as, or in the bill, the same as the total money in this amendment. Just trying to check and make sure the money's the same, because I'm having a little hard time tracking that.
Okay, Representative Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is not so much of a question, but just a comment, if I may. I'm really pleased to see on page 2 of the conference report there, section D4, we look to have taken in some Senate language. Required closure shall also include the interruption of a business's normal business as a result of any closures or public health orders, or as a result of the public health crisis with respect to COVID-19. And I'm really happy to see that that got in there, because I spent quite a bit of time yesterday morning running around worrying about doctors and that sort of people that had to cancel things due to the lack of protective equipment, which really didn't fit except by people promising that it would. So I am very happy about this part 4.
Okay, Chairman Greer. Thank you, Chairman Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to address a couple of those issues and maybe just expand a little bit on what Co-Chair or Vice Chair Burkhardt had said. Okay, so first of all, in the first question with the PPP is that how this is still designed and how this is still set up is there's $50 million for Section 2, which is grant number 1. There's a preference for PPP. That's a quick hitting grant. Then you roll over into Section 3, which is the second grant. Okay, and you're still eligible for both. But that second grant, you have to prove up your losses. Now, so the question was asked regarding the 4th program. What we did with this, and this will answer Representative Summers' question as well. So in the House, we had an amendment that we defeated that was setting up a 4th program for businesses that were just closed, right? That was not passed in the House. In the Senate, that amendment was divided and passed, as I said. What we did is we took the $50 million that was in the Senate position, moved it over. So this bill has been increased, Representative Summers, by $50 million, okay? But that $50 million now is in Section 3 and specifically isolated or segmented for those businesses that were closed. So if I was a business that was closed, I can come in and apply for a grant under Section 2. Okay, that's $20,000 and then $2,000 for each employee. That helps me survive. Then as we progress, I can still come in, being that small business that was closed, and apply under Section 3, but I have to go and show my losses. Okay, so we incorporated some of that language from that particular Senate amendment. But what we did then to protect those small businesses that were closed as a result of the orders is we segmented $50 million for them so that they wouldn't get squeezed out by larger businesses. And yes, with respect to program number 3, we did increase the scope as the chairwoman of Labor had pointed out. So hopefully that kind of answers those questions, brings a little bit in focus of how that will work, in particular for those small businesses.
Okay, Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so my question is along the lines of the 100 employee threshold piece that the Senate had put in. I saw that you put some kind of belts and suspenders on that. And I've been racking my brain trying to think of an employer with over 100 employees that would have been affected like our small businesses have. And so I was wondering, obviously, I know that was a concern for some of you going in that were on the conference committee. So obviously you heard about some businesses. Could you give me some examples that would meet that?
Okay, anyone else for their first time? Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to comment on the previous speaker, the Holiday Inn in Cody employs 175 people.
Okay, anyone else first time? Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question. The 50 million that was moved over to for businesses that were shut down, is that just stranded if it's not used, the whole 50 million, or is there a mechanism to kick it into somewhere else?
Okay. For your first time, Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To address the 100 employees or less, we do have several companies across the state who they may be corporations that have like multiple restaurants that have different businesses, but they're all under one EIN. So that could be some of your larger businesses. There's also some of those that have multiple larger than 100, and there's very few of those. It was 90-something% that were under 100. That is, we have a little caveat on there that the business council can have discretion that if you prove that you truly are in need, then the business council can look at that and see if you're 101 employees and you really need it. That's in the section 3, that the business council will be able to make an exception for that. But there were the testimony about the 100 employees situation is majority of the people who, a lot of the people who were affected were our service industry. And so you may have 2 or 3 different restaurants, but your different restaurants are the ones that, different entities that are actually being affected. So that's how some of that conversation went. And as far as the, remember, there's also flexibility for the executive branch to be able to move money from one to the other based on which one is in more need or is in more use. So maybe the smaller grant program is what is actually more needed on Main Street and is exasperated faster. So, so there is that flexibility built into this.
Okay, any other members first time? Okay, we're gonna move to second time. Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I just 100% clear. It doesn't say anywhere in the bill that we're not going to bail out at this point, that we're not going to bail out franchises. I mean, the intent is that we could bail out franchisees if needed. But the way I see it right now, I don't see anything in there that specifically says we're not going to bail, or we are not going to bail out these franchises. We're going to depend on the business council not to bail out the franchises. Is that correct?
Okay, anyone else? Second time. Second time, and then I'm going to kind of wait to the end for Chairman Greer and Vice Chair Burkhart. Okay, Representative Clem for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yeah, just to follow up on that as well. So, okay, so the Holiday Inn in Cody, 175 people, and I don't know how that operation works. It's the franchisee that owns that. I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, our service industry and our hotel industry really took a beating with all of this. And so I'm wondering if an outfit that has 175 employees is going to be left to, to hang out and dry. So if someone could answer that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Hallinan. Representative Hallinan.
Yes.
There you are.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't got that on my computer. I haven't got that committee report. I wonder if, I don't know why that is, or maybe there's somebody there that can set it up for me.
Yeah, on WyoLeg, go onto our legislative website.
Yes.
And then, Doc, if you go, it'll say view legislation on kind of the front page when you get to there, wyoleg.gov. And when you go to that view legislation, it'll take you to the bills, and you can go to House Bill 1004. And then there's tabs across the top of that. And one of them says amendments. And then you just click on amendments and just scroll down to the bottom. You'll have that JCC report.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Any other members second time before I turn it over to Representative Greer and Burkhart? Okay, Representative Greer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems like the concern of this body is over the 100 employees. Keep in mind, when the committee met, we learned that 93% of Wyoming businesses have 50 or fewer employees. So we went to 100 employees in the draft of this bill. to try to be a little bit more inclusive. This body never even raised that issue when we debated it for hours. And so in negotiations with the other body, it was hard for me to be clairvoyant to understand that was such an important issue. But so what I'm hearing from this body right now is we have people who are concerned if it's more than 100, and then we have people who are concerned that it is a strict 100. And so what I can answer with that is that it is 100 with a discretion for the business council to look at it. And I think we used a heightened standard for that when you look at the language. And we were just concerned about creating a cliff for somebody with 101 or 102 employees. We discussed many different options on how to go about dealing with this. And we still came back to what I felt was what I had received from the body, was keep it close to 100. So when we speak about the Holiday Inn in Cody with 175 employees, I don't think we left out cold. They're just not going to apply for this particular program. So hopefully that answers those questions.
Okay, Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to go back to actually the first question that was asked. Does PPP exclude a business? Specifically, it doesn't specifically exclude a business, but it is a consideration in section 3. That's the way it's written. It does not completely exclude them, but it is a consideration depending on how much money they may have gotten through PPP or didn't get. Just to be clear on the question of the Senate added in a 4th section, that was all removed and some of it was put into section 3 in what amounts to the House bill. One thing I wasn't clear on, we did keep, because it was a identical amendment on both sides, the increase to $20,000 in the section 2 stipend. And one other thing on the Senate side, we eliminated the reference to the SLIB. The SLIB will have plenty of work. The Business Council is a more appropriate place to put all of this because we want them to be able to respond quickly. And that was, remember the discussion, this is for mostly small businesses. They need to get the money out the door quickly. Right now, there are about 20,000 plus employers in the state with 100 or less employees, and just under 400 who have more than 100. So that kind of gives you the breakup. The franchisees, the one who owns, the franchisee who owns the local fast food restaurant, or maybe has 2 of them, would be included. That overall franchise grantor, the corporation, would not. And that goes back to the has to be a Wyoming-based company or have the majority of their business here in Wyoming. And I apologize, I can't give you the example of a company that has, say, 101 employees. We just wanted to make sure that if need be, they could get some money by showing a need through the Business Council. And with that, I guess I'll call for the question.
Okay, thank you. So we are voting now on Joint Conference Committee number 1's report to House Bill 1004. Majority of the members elected is required to adopt the report. Chief Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Barlow.
Aye.
Aye. Blackburn.
Aye.
Aye. Blake.
Aye.
Aye. Brown.
Aye.
Aye. Burkhart.
Aye.
Aye. Burlingame.
Aye.
Aye. Clausen.
Aye.
Aye. Clem.
Aye.
Aye. Clifford.
Aye.
Aye. Connolly.
Aye.
Aye. Crank.
Aye.
Aye. Dayton Selman.
Aye.
Aye. Duncan.
Aye.
Aye. Edwards.
Aye.
Aye. Eklund.
Aye.
Aye. Air.
Aye.
Aye. Flitner.
Aye.
Aye. Freeman.
Aye.
Aye. Furphy.
Aye.
Aye. Gray.
Aye.
Aye. Greer.
Aye.
Aye. Haley.
Aye.
Aye. Hallinan.
Aye.
I, Henderson.
Aye.
I, Hunt.
Aye.
I, Jennings. Jennings. Jennings.
Excused.
Excused. Kenner.
Aye.
I, Kirkbride.
Aye.
I, Larson Lloyd.
Aye.
I, Larson Dan.
Aye.
I, Lindholm.
Aye.
I, Laux.
Aye.
I, McGuire.
Aye.
I, Miller.
Aye.
I, Newsom.
Aye.
I, Nicholas.
Aye.
I, Northrup.
Aye.
I, Obermuller.
Aye.
I, Olson.
Aye.
I, Paxton.
Aye.
I, Pelkey.
Aye.
I, Piperinen.
Aye.
I, Ponnell.
Aye.
I, Roscoe.
Aye.
I, Salazar.
Aye.
I, Schwartz. Schwartz. Give me your thumbs up. I, Simpson.
Aye.
I, Summers.
Aye.
I, Stiff.
Aye.
I, Stivar.
Aye.
I, Sweeney.
Aye.
I, Tass.
Aye.
I, Walters.
Aye.
I, Washit.
Aye.
I, Western.
Aye.
I, Wilson.
Aye.
I, Winter.
Aye.
I, Yen.
Aye.
I, Zawanitzer.
Aye.
I, Mr. Speaker.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Sweeney, your hand is up? No? No changes?
No change.
Okay. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 59 aye, 1 excused.
Hey, by your vote, you have voted to adopt Joint Conference Committee Number One's report to House Bill 1004. Now, members were, I think, real close on another report. I just received a communication maybe 5 minutes, but I think my computer says 3:12. Why don't we just pause till about 3:20, and we'll watch for that. I'm assuming that it's probably going to be it'll be a Senate file, I think now, where you'll find that amendment, Senate file 1001, I believe, will be next. So we'll just watch, and it'll hit our we'll all get it at the same time. So let's pause until
Mr. Speaker.
3:20. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege.
Yeah, let's do some privilege of the floor. Please
So-
proceed.
It's more of a question, in this particular bill. Yesterday, you mentioned some totals on getting out to our businesses and back into our communities. And this was a critical bill. And I just wondered for the folks watching, if you might repeat how much money. I know I've gotten a slew of emails that we're going down the wrong path and not much money's going back to the businesses. And I just would kind of like you to set that record straight again. Thank you.
Okay, sure, very good. I think I think the number we had yesterday was right at 460 million, and I believe over 290 million of that was directly to businesses in the state, and actually then the remaining part, much of that too is going to go to local providers and businesses that provide services. It flows through a government, but they're performing a service, so it'll go to those private businesses. So and if Chairman Greer, if there's any update to that today, can certainly add to that. Okay, so thank you.
Yeah, Mr.
Chairman
Speaker.
Greer, go ahead.
Yeah, just a slight correction because we
Yeah.
had 50 million.
Added 50
So
more.
to
on
that
it.
program, the economic relief program was 275 million yesterday. which kind of makes you wonder why we received those emails, but another 50 million was added to that. I also think as we go home, well, a lot of us are at home, but as we go out into our communities, we need to set the right expectation, because we will start hearing, when will these programs roll out? And in the course of working on this, obviously I've been working with the Business Council, and the Business Council has already provided a draft one-page application for Section 2. That's the first bucket. I mean, it's one page. What they would expect, the emergency rules are partway drafted now, be finalized next week. June 1 is when I would expect that grant program to be ready to roll out. We are having a minerals meeting on June 1, so we'll be able to get a report at that point in time. With respect to Section 3, the second grant program, I would expect that to take a little bit longer, and it's going to be a little bit longer application, more than one page, to get that done. And I think in terms of setting the right expectation, is that would be, and I would just say July 1 right now is a reasonable time frame to tell people. I'm told it may happen a little bit earlier, but I think July 1 would be reasonable. When we look at PPP funds, are going to run out middle of June for those companies that were able to obtain those in the early set or the early applications. The timing on that will be very good. So I think overall, when we look at this, we've done, given the limited resources on our state to be able to stand up a program like this, I think we've done a very good job. And I'd like to really thank the House, and in particular, the Minerals Committee, for all their hard work on this.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Greer, and do appreciate all the members' work. And as we've worked it through the crucible of this process, you know, through committee meetings, hours and hours of that, and then hours yesterday through the process. So then my just little league math on that, back to what your comment on the 50 million more, which I didn't add into that. So that puts this total then at about 510 million, 335 million directly to private businesses, at 335 million out of the 510, and out of that remaining then 175. So 335 to private business, 175 to local government. But again, much of that will, you know, a lot of that goes to pay providers, and some of it will go to private hospitals, you know, other state program, other vendors of local governments that are doing those work to, for people. So very good. We appreciate it. And I appreciate you setting the expectation. It won't happen in 48 hours. It's going to take some time for the executive branch to get it rolling, but we've got first things first going. So congratulations to the House of Representatives on your good work on that. Okay, any other privileges of the floor? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not trying to put you on the spot here, but obviously we're kind of got a moment here. And I was just wondering if you could talk to the body about what your preliminary thoughts are on the second session and how the committee work is going to interact. We got a little more time with a lot of these topics being given to the constituent committees rather than just the management council. So just wanted to ask that question.
Well, I think when you say, first of all, constituent committees, yeah, I think we all represent about 10,000 constituents. You mean areas of expertise?
Yeah, areas of,
yeah. And I think, because certainly the 13 members of Management Council working on the committee, I just need to, okay, thank you. Okay, excuse me, I had to sign that and do that paper real quick. So as far as the second thing, in a letter that I sent out to you, kind of tentatively just gave you a date to plan on the 29th, and that rubs right up to July 4th. It'd be a Monday through Friday. And Management Council assigned more COVID topics to each committee, in addition to the regular committee topics. So the committee chairs will have those meetings scheduled. They'll schedule more meetings, frankly, I think, and probably many of them in this type of format that we can organize quickly. to draft those very specific bills to do, basically a 5-day type session where we wouldn't follow a mere bill process like this. It'd be a normal bill kind of process that started in either house and cross over. So that's what we're looking at. But again, like the immunity piece, we chose not to run that bill in the House, and members voted that down because, when you take somebody's rights away, you want to have some talk with the people. I mean, it's a fundamental right for people to address the courts, and we've dealt with immunity bills in my time in the legislature, and we should deal with them, but it's like any other fundamental right. You want to have a lot of input. You want to have a lot of thought behind it. And I think Judiciary Committee has been assigned that topic. You guys will work that and bring a bill, I think, into a second. So that's what it's, that's a tentative look right now, but this is a quick changing deal, and none of us really know, and we're just going to keep adapting and moving forward on that. So it's a broad question, but a broad answer too. There's just a lot that we don't know, but thanks for the question.
Thank you.
And okay, Representative Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at your leave, I'll just give a little update on where the Joint Conference Committee is on 1002.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So members, as you know, the Speaker just visited about the immunity issue. 1002, Senate File 1002, there was an amendment on the Senate side that was rejected on the House side regarding immunity. So we have spent basically, since it was assigned to our conference committee, and prior to that, visiting with our colleagues on the other side, met twice formally, and then had other sidebar conversations about how we can get all of the good things that are in the bill, things that have been more thoroughly vetted, and give some acknowledgement to the concerns that businesses have, the real concerns that businesses have about potential liabilities. So there's a draft committee report being drafted right now. We have not seen it. We'll review it. We gave up a couple things. We gave up Representative Duncan's amendment on the WCDA. They gave up a couple of things, and then we came to somewhere, kind of an uncomfortable place in the middle or somewhere on the immunity issue. So I'm not going to pretend that it's been it's a perfect bill or a perfect compromise, but I do want to bring you back something because there's numerous very important things in 1002. Now, if we don't, and then we're not in a free committee, we're still in a structured committee, so we can work between the two positions. If the body fails, of course, to adopt the conference committee, and we'll have a robust discussion about folks' concerns or disappointments with where we ended up. There's a possibility if we don't adopt the conference committee, or they don't, that we would have to go back for another one. So we are making a sincere effort to make sure that the policy, the most important policy goals go forth and deliver relief to our employers, to our renters and mortgagees, et cetera, and employees, and at the same time accommodate some of the wishes from both sides, both our wishes and some of our Senate colleagues. So that's part of our process, and I will look forward to having a report to give to you, and certainly welcome any questions at that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, and let's keep working the process. It'll work out. And okay, Representative Ayer is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a question for Chairman Greer on 1004 regarding the third tranche and what kind of time frame for the rollout of that you might foresee.
Representative Greer, did you hear that?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I did. And I have not had that full discussion. So the discussion I have had is that we are, because the concern is the capacity of the Business Council, is we are actually exploring, and this is really the executive's decision, not mine. but exploring having workforce services manage that grant process. And so I do not have a timeline on that. I think because workforce services handles a lot of safety grants and the nature of that particular program really falls more in line with that. While it's important we get it out there and get it done this summer, it is not as time sensitive. Those companies that will be applying for that, for the most part, are operating. They're just incurring additional expense. It'll be a matter of trying to help them out, help their balance sheets, make them stay healthy and be able to move forward for the state. So I apologize, I do not have a definite answer.
Okay, thank you. Representative Yin is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the floor.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, this is probably a rare occasion where I will be able to do this because we're in session in the month of May. But I just wanted to point out to the body that the month of May is Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And it's one where the US recognizes the contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. And I also wanted to notice that Wyoming PBS has on its on-demand streaming right now a 5-part documentary series on Asian Americans. So if anyone's interested in seeing what that's like, feel free to go to wyomingpbs.org. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Representative Yin. Representative to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question in regards to the timeline of bills being signed by the governor. Can you give us kind of a timeline of when the governor may take action? And if he were to veto something, where does that leave us as far as a body to potentially overturn a veto?
Okay, thank you for that question. So we've divided these bills. So this House Bill 1004 is a House bill. So if that bill is in fact vetoed, we would be the House that would first consider that. And given this format, you know, we could come back probably easier in some ways than we, you know, in a traditional format. And I believe Senate File 1001, that'll be a Senate file. So if there's any vetoes, they would be the first House that would have to act on that. We've kind of divided these up. And I'm not sure exactly how Bill 1002 will come out. So with this bill that we just voted on will be a House bill. So that'd be our choice first. And we'd have to look at that, probably take a, you know, kind of a poll of the members, and certainly have to have willing Senate colleagues, right? As we know, as House members. So, so that would be the process. Did that answer your? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Sweeney, privilege of the floor.
I'd yield to Representative Duncan. She hasn't gone yet. Thank you.
Oh, okay, Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to take a true privilege of the floor as if we were really there, because we would have family out there and everything. And so I'm going to wave at my son. He just graduated from CU Boulder as summa cum laude today with distinction. Wow. So I'm just going to wish.
Wow, congratulations. Wow. Congratulations. That's a big deal, you know, and I think it's a big deal for kids, but it's a big deal for parents. It's a big deal.
And
well, well done, Mother. Well done.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, may I say also another big thing for our family is that he's taking off here this summer to rejoin the Navy as an officer and be a Navy pilot. So he's taking off with his family to do even more.
Wow. Well, congratulations. Congratulations. Okay, Representative Sweeney, privilege of the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Majority Floor Leader brought up a very good point on the rent in rent relief, mortgage relief program. And again, I think those numbers also need to be added back into the totals that are going back to the private sector and not, as some of these emails have said, into the government. So that was my only other thing. And kudos to the Minerals Committee and Management Committee for the hours and hours and hours of work on our behalf. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I did include that 10 million, those millions for that renter payment. So thank you. And now it'll be the rest of our committee's turn to go to work on this over the next 2-3 weeks. And so again, my appreciation for your work, and I know Wyoming certainly appreciates it. We'll do good work. Thank you. Representative Burlingame, privilege of the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Duncan gave me the idea that we'll take a real privilege of the floor. Members, 9 years ago today, little Emerson Vernon Rose Burlingame was born here in House District 44, and it's his birthday today. And I'm super sad to not be with him, but I'm so grateful to get to do the people's work. And if you would join me, you know, I think political legacies aren't always the greatest, but I hope someday that Emerson wants to serve the state, because he would be fantastic at it. And today is his 9th birthday.
Happy birthday. That's awesome. 9 years old. That's like the best year of your life. Yeah. Well, congratulations, Mom. That's awesome. Okay, Representative Stith, I believe.
Mr. Speaker, privilege of the floor.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, my son, Stephen Anselmi Stith, is also the son of Senator Anselmi Dalton, graduated today from the University of Wyoming. And he's been accepted to attend the University of Wyoming Law School this fall.
Well, congratulations. Yes. Okay, I have Representative Northrup, privilege of the floor.
Privilege of the floor, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
Thank you. While we're doing announcements, my youngest son, Benjamin, just graduated from the University of Wyoming with a double master's, a master's in business and a master's in mechanical engineering.
Wow. Well, congratulations. Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Representative Flitner, privilege of the floor.
Mr. Speaker, privilege.
Please proceed.
Well, since we're all puffing up our chests here over the accomplishments of our children, my son would have walked across the stage today at the University of Wyoming with a degree in ag business. And he and my stepdaughter, Anna, have been here since they went into, since all this madness began. And besides completing their studies online, they rolled up their sleeves and put on their boots and have helped us during all their downtime to deal with all of our spring work. So while he didn't come away from UW with a master's degree, he certainly has earned his PhD here. So I'm very proud of my son, Marshall Gibbs, who graduates today from the University of Wyoming.
Hey, congratulations. Hey, Representative Wilson, privilege of the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering, with regard, I'm kind of following up on Representative Sweeney's questions about the money out to the community. And I recall that several weeks ago, LSO, and I don't recall if it was Anthony Serra or Don Richards, but we received a sort of a flyer type thing that showed all of the federal money that had come to the state, whether through us or to the hospitals or the PPP money. And I'm wondering, because I can't find it in my file, whether we could ask them to send that again. I think that would be good information for us to share in conjunction with our work here.
Sure, I think, and I think a lot of that too is Don Richards in those weekly updates. And so I know he's probably listening, and so that'll come out to you again. It's there's already over $1 billion of federal money that has gone to individuals and to businesses. I think the first tranche of paycheck protection programs, the average forgivable loan is $80,000. The second tranche is a smaller group, about 40,000, but I think the combined, those are, I think, over $1 billion and several hundreds of millions in $1,200 checks. And so it's a tremendous stimulus, and we're going to need it, and to help us, get back on our feet. So I'll make sure that gets out to all of us. So thank you for that. And then Representative Pelkey has his hand. Privilege of the floor.
Yeah, I just figured as we're singing the praises of our children, our daughter Annika, who many of you know from her time as Page for a Day, and when you guys so graciously sang happy birthday to her a little while ago, she just completed her 4th semester at the University of Wyoming, not graduating. And out of the 4, we are very embarrassed to say that her worst semester was a year ago. She got a 3.85, but every other one of those, she's been on the President's Honor Roll. And right now she's accumulated enough credit to be a 2nd semester junior, counting all the AP classes that she got in high school. And she is, for want of a better phrase, going to kick ass as an adult.
Okay, congratulations. Okay, Representative Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the floor.
Yeah, please proceed.
This is a photograph that, or a news article that Jamie Flitner might be interested in. This is a picture of Stan Flitner, and it was from the Cow Country magazine that I got. And I wonder if this guy is related to her, and if he is, then congratulations on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I got the thumbs up. Yeah, of course, and Representative Flitner, her maiden name's Moore, and that's an old time ranch, goes way back a couple centuries. Yes, okay, I'll take a short privilege. My 3rd child, my first son, Joshua, he just graduated today, University of Wyoming. He's a double major, pre-med major, graduated with honors, was on the honor roll every semester. Just finished up. He didn't redshirt in the football world. And so then he got hurt his senior year. And so he decided to stay and get another major and come back and take that final year redshirt and take another year at it. And so he finished up last year as a 5th year guy. And he's got this dream of trying to continue to play a little football. And so he's still working hard at that. And if that doesn't work out, then he's not sure whether he wants to get into optometry or maybe dentistry or not, but he'll figure that out. But it's like the old Herschel Walker. I remember Herschel Walker quote. He said, "Hey, when I'm 60, I can be president. I can only play football when I'm young." So he's going to live that dream. And so he's sure done a great job. So really proud of him. So that's 3 of my 4 now are college graduates. Got 1 more. Pray for me. Yeah, Josh was 8 years old when I was first sworn in here. I remember they'd come down and spend a week with me. And so I would go in the morning, I was at the hitching post, and man, they were big timers. They'd order a little room service, have their breakfast delivered to them, go swim in the pool. I'd pick them up over lunch recess, and then they'd run around this place. So a lot of good memories here. So, okay, members, are there any other privileges? Those were all special. I appreciate it. And I'm looking for a little feedback from staff on, and I tell you, how about we instead of checking back every half hour, I might take a little longer break so you can actually go do something that you need to get done. And I see a couple more privileges of the floor, but I'm going to throw that thought out and come back before we recess. Okay, Representative Larson Lloyd, privilege of the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just wondering if we could inquire of Chairman Nicholas, or I should say Grandpa Nicholas, what that new granddaughter's name is.
Okay, Representative Nicholas, privilege of the floor.
Her name is Ellie Ray Moon. She lives in Denver. Her husband is Justin Moon, who grew up in Riverton. They met in Riverton when they were in high school and later got together. And Ellie Ray was born on April 24.
Grandpa Nicholas. Congratulations. Okay, Representative Eklund, privilege of the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I just would like to chime in a little bit here and congratulate all of the young parents we have in the House. I honestly don't know how you do it, but you, Mr. Speaker, made it through with, I think all of your kids were pretty young when you started doing this. And I think of Representative Olson and Lindholm and others that are taking on a huge responsibility in this job and for their spouses as well. Anyway, what a deal. Good job.
Yeah, thank you. I think the biggest thing too, it's our spouses, as we all know. I was telling somebody the other night, in fact, talking about Josh, I think he was about 13, and it was in the middle of February. And my wife called and was upset, and a little 13-year-old boy. And so I says, put him on the phone. I says, you apologize. I'm going to be home in 2 hours and 15 minutes. So, parenting from Cheyenne, we all have had those moments, but yeah, it's been quite an experience. So it's been quite an honor. Okay. Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah,
Please.
privilege. On Tuesday, May 19th, Representative Stith is celebrating his 59th birthday. I'm sure he thought he could hide that, but he can't. So congrats to Representative Stith on making, I think it might be wrong on where I found it. It spoke probably 39. Looking good, man.
Happy birthday. Yes. Okay, Representative Roscoe, privilege of the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege.
Please proceed.
I think first I would like to thank you for bringing us all together and having it work out as well as it did. And I really appreciate the idea of stretching out these breaks between now and the end of the day. I have a sandbox I need to build for my 2-year-old grandson, putting it off on all day long.
How much time? You think you can get that in your skill level? I bet you can have it all done in 2 hours. Go ahead and unmute and tell me.
I'm trying to, I'll get somebody right on it.
Yeah, there you go.
No, I'll get it done in an hour.
Nice. Okay, any other privileges? Representative Lindholm.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I want to keep everybody going for a sec because we're so close to having Joint Conference 1 available to us. So we might be able to knock that out before we go on another break. So privilege away.
It just appeared.
Did it appear?
Yes.
And that is under Senate file.
Senate file. Yes.
Okay, let me refresh my browser here because it's not. Senate File 1001. Oh, it's at the very top. I was trying to scroll to the bottom. It's at the very top of the Senate amendments. So members, if you go to Senate File 1001, Emergency Appropriations, COVID-19 funds, and it's at the very top of the Senate amendments. Does everybody have that? And I'm looking at Chairman Nicholas, who's in the chamber, and he's the chairman of that conference committee. Other members of your conference committee, Representative Conley and Representative Wilson, you're all ready to go, ready to present? Okay, so we're at that order of business then of
Mr.
consideration.
The Senate has to take that up first?
Oh, they haven't yet.
No.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take it is 3:45. Let's come back at 5 o'clock, hour and 15 minutes. And then hopefully we'll have 2 of these ready to go. And then we can get that sandbox built, get a few chores done, and we'll be back. I said at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. The House will recess until 5 p.m. Hey, thank you all for sharing those privileges. That was wonderful today, and it's a beautiful thing. So, okay, we'll see you at 5 p.m. Thank you. House is in recess. Please stop your video and mute your mic. Okay, members. House will come to order. The House floor is getting a little more empty every time we take a break. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of us on the floor. Appreciate you all sticking in here with us. Representative Laux and Lindholm. And our Cheyenne contingent of Stivar, Nicholas, Wilson, and Swanitzer, and Peeperine,
I can't get it to be
Paxton,
like Roy's.
and Winters.
What do you mean? And
And,
it's rinky dink
and of
down.
course Summers is here. So, and appreciate everybody being here and joining in remotely and hanging in there. And like all last days of the session, joint conference committee reports take up all this time. And so we appreciate you hanging in on the stop and go nature of this. Okay, we're about ready to get to the finish here. I think we have a couple reports now. Chief Clerk, I just want to ask, do you have a message from the Senate
Yes, I have
on
two.
104? Can you go ahead, messages of the Senate?
Message 114, Mr. Speaker, Senate File 1001, Emergency Appropriation COVID-19 Funds. The Senate adopted the Joint Conference Committee number 1 report on the bill listed above by the vote indicated. 27 ayes, 3 noes, 2 excused. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk. Message 115, Joint Conference Committee report adopted on House Bill 1004, COVID-19 business relief programs. The Senate adopted the Joint Conference Committee number 1 report on the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Ayes 25, excused 2, conflict 3. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Okay, very good. So we're at that order of business now of consideration of joint conference committee reports. The first report for our consideration is Joint Conference Committee number 1 on House Bill Senate File 1001. Now, I want to make sure everybody has that report. And if you go to the website and you go to Senate File 1001, click on Amendments, and that is the first amendment. It'll say SF 1001 JC 001. Very first amendment. So I'll pause for just a moment. While I'm pausing, and again, I appreciate I think this kind of combination session, I think has worked well, members, and I think where we had about a third of the membership here was plenty. And I think everybody's been able to really participate. And hopefully soon we'll be able to get all of us together. And so I appreciate the members who have stayed back in their homes, and because what we're dealing with is real. I know there's so much information out there that some compare it to this or that. I won't go into all that, but it is certainly real. And like my mother turned 92 on Monday. Went and had a little birthday cake with her. I'm not going to go see her for 2 weeks. And that's the thing we all got to take care of. So I think it was, everybody who's made these decisions, I think really appreciate the way you've done that and participated. Okay, so does everybody have Joint Conference Committee 1? I guess if there's a problem, maybe throw up a no or an X on there and we can help you. As I look, I'm going to pause for just a minute, mute my mic. Okay, and I just got the word that Senate File House Bill 1002 has just about been concurred with in the Senate, so it'll be crossing over here quickly. We'll have that message. So I think we can wrap both of these up and be able to vote on both these. Okay, so with that, Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And while we do this, if you find the Joint Conference Committee summary report for House Bill 1001, Senate File 1001, that's what we'll walk through as we walk through what the Conference Committee report, because I think it facilitates the explanation of it. That was emailed out to you, I think, by Don Richards earlier, and it's also available on the website. So just so that everyone has that. So, Mr. Chairman, I would move for the adoption of the Joint Conference Committee report, House Bill 1001, Senate File 1001, and ask for your favorable consideration. So, are you ready?
Yeah, I think, and I just want to, members, that email came at 3:41 from Don Richards. You're going to work off the summary sheet.
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to pause because I've directed members to the actual report, which is fine. And then, but I think it's easier to use that summary sheet. And back in the day, we used to call these a cheat sheet. And when I first started, it was a legislative deal in with the budget. Only the budget committee, the appropriations chairman's the only one that had it. And now, of course, all members have these, and we've changed the name to the summary sheet, what it certainly is. So that is at 3:41 from Don Richards. It's titled JCC 01 Summary of Action on House Bill 1001. Okay, does everybody click on that and have it open? That's what the chairman is going to work off of. Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, there weren't a whole lot of huge differences between the House and the Senate in House Bill 1001. A few differences that we'll walk through, but all in all, it was a fairly easy process. So let me take you to page 1. I'll introduce it, and then we'll turn it over to the other committee members, and we'll kind of walk through these. Page 1 of that summary sheet has their mirror or identical amendments. And so basically that was fairly simple. We divided those up as we typically do. So we adopted the House Second Reading Amendment number 2 on the definition of a state entity, and deleted the Senate amendment on that. And then we adopted the House Third Reading Amendment number 1 as amended on capital construction. And this includes the major renovations of the capital construction of facilities as allowed expenses by healthcare providers and healthcare facilities as approved by SLIP. And so we've all, these were not, like I said, these were identical. And so we've all kind of voted on this, and as well as the Senate agreed to them. After that, it has to do with the authorization of expanded definition of healthcare services. We adopted the Senate Second Reading Amendment number 13 as amended. And this includes the hospital and other healthcare facilities operated by the government entity, potential recipient of CARES Act, including the Wyoming State Hospital and the Wyoming Life Resource Center. And by doing so, we delimited House Bill Second Reading Amendment number 6 as amended. And then going down to the authorizing grant funds for tribes, that was a mirror amendment, and we adopted the Senate version, Senate Second Reading number 8 as amended, and then adopted that provision. So with that, I'll turn further explanation over to our, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman. Let me run through a couple of more of the similar amendments that weren't quite identical. First, you'll see on 9 and 10, you'll remember this is the constitutional acknowledgement. We had the same second reading amendment in both the House and the Senate. The Senate overwhelmingly passed it. The House had that 30-30 vote. So you'll see in the third reading amendment, we went from the language in the Constitution that was more protectionary to adding Article 7, Section 20, which is really more enabling legislation that said the legislature has the duty to do this on behalf of our citizens. Our good colleagues down the hall agreed with the addition of the third constitutional section, Article 7, Section 20, that it should be in the bill. Then similarly, we accepted the Senate's proposal. You'll see that's their second reading 14. We made the similar technical correction in ours that we had the bill number listed as 0002 instead of 1002. We corrected the reference alongside the Senate. The Senate went even further to explicitly explain what that reference is in regards to on the permissive liabilities for the workers' comp system. We didn't have any disagreement in the House with that to spell out what's in, hopefully what's still in Senate File 1002. Then you'll remember the amendment the House had. Originally, we adopted 2008, that food production authorized expenditure for anything dealing with production or processing of food. The Senate did pass that similar amendment to the House. However, you'll remember on third reading, we took it one step further. We actually deleted what would have been a mere amendment, and we expanded it to really deal with the strain and supply chain issues overall. When we talked to our Senate colleagues, they were very impressed and came up with several other situations that are occurring throughout Wyoming that we discussed that they agreed with the House position to further allow the enabling of supply chain issues when it came to food and forage and the processing of goods and services in that regard. And so if there's no questions on those, I will turn it over to the good chairman of corporations to further discuss 16 through 20.
Chairman Lindahl. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really appreciate the opportunity. And so you can see on the legislative findings that we deleted and further amended to strike out. There was that portion that was pretty controversial in regards to the forced takings. That was taken out, and then also the prompted the state health officer to issue and inserted resulted in the economic devastation. So that cleans that up. On number 17, in regards to the Senate amendment, we adopted that. That includes rural healthcare districts and hospital districts as eligible for such grants. And members, that's specifically on page 10, has to do with our hospitals as far as being prepared for the next round of coronavirus or whatever pandemic might come forward. The Senate really wanted to include the language of healthcare districts, rural healthcare districts, and hospital districts. We felt that was already covered, but adding a little extra language doesn't hurt. And then on line 18, delete and further amend. Specifically, all we took out there was they had some language in there, must be requested by Homeland Security and approved by the State Building Commission. We took that out and convinced the Senate to stand with us on that, based on what we currently know about the legislation. And this legislation says that anything that goes forward has to go through the State Building Commission. That's not a problem. Homeland Security already handles this, so it doesn't really need to be stated in the bill. Number 19, the House position we adopted, and that authorizes the funding cost for experience by Wyoming businesses that were directed to cease or limit business operations under a statewide order issued by the governor or the state health officer. And then number 20, that has to do with reporting by the legislature. We're not going to be doing a whole lot here, so there's really no need for reporting. And so we chose to adopt the Senate's position in that regard. And yeah, we'll stand for any questions. Microphone.
Golly. Okay, my apologies. Members, if you have any questions, just raise your blue hand. And 2 times 2 on the speaking limit. So for your first time, Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On line 20, the grant reporting. Wouldn't it be good for us to know where that money's going, especially if 2 years, 4 years from now, they come back audit it, and we've got to pay this, some of this back.
Okay, thank you. And what we'll do, members of the committee, we'll take several of these questions, and as we're going to speak twice to the issue. Okay, for your first time, Representative Ayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was wondering about the Larson Amendment to give grants to the Eastern Arapaho and Shoshone tribes. I know there was a mayor amendment in the Senate, and I just didn't see where it was included in any of the explanations.
Okay, thank you. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to touch base again in line with the couple speakers ago about the reporting. I certainly recognize that this body has done an extremely enormous job of trying to reduce the amount of reporting that gets done by the executive branch. However, I share the sentiment with the representative from the capital city here that maybe we might want to have some little bit of a look. I understand that ultimately the executive branch is going to be deeming this. So I guess two things. Number one, are we sure we don't want to have even just the slightest bit of reporting back to the legislature? Or even a copy, a carbon copy of the same report that's being sent. And number two is we still make sure that we, at that point, are abiding by, the recipient rules or guidelines to make sure that the reporting to the federal government is still occurring correctly. If I can have those two questions answered, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Representative Salazar for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just had a quick question for my friend from District 1. This protects then what we're trying to do in Fremont County. If you could give me that assurance that nothing has specifically changed that my county would be adverse to seeing. Thank you.
Okay, Representative for your first time, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to reiterate some of the previous points, and I'm disappointed that the Senate position on the reporting was adopted. And I think we've had this trend in the legislature. It's always a fine balance. I mean, we have this role in the legislature of legislative oversight, and I think at times we've struggled with that. And it's a huge legislative role, and it's not something for us to back away from. And obviously, you don't want to have, a burden to the point of, there's a point at which there's too much, but I think we've gone the opposite direction. And on this big of a program and this important, to adopt the Senate position on this, I think is disappointing. So I think something we need to work on in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Eklund, first time.
Mr. Speaker, my question, I think, would be concerning the food production and processing. I'm wondering if there was a discussion on any immediate way to, we've worked on processing plants for beef cattle and whatnot. Takes a while to get those set up and running. I'm wondering if there's was discussion on how this is going to work if we I guess I'm a little lost. I think we can't get this done quick enough. If there was a discussion on how to get it done more rapidly or anything like that.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more blue hands for first time, and so I'm okay. Representative Walters, and then Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question for the good majority whip. On the online version, there is no signature from the majority whip, Representative Lindholm. I was wondering if that's because he disagreed with the report or if it was a drafting error.
Okay, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if we adopt the Senate version on the no reporting, what's the plan for the legislature to be informed as we transition forward through the next 6 months or so. And then my second question, if I may, is what's the rationale for accepting or going with the Senate file version since ours was so much better?
Okay, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to reserve a second, so here's my first.
Okay, very good. Okay, looking for other hands. I'm about ready to turn it over to the presenters, the conference committee, the members of the committee. I'll start with Chairman Nicholas, if you want to take some of those.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd be happy to walk through these for everybody. So let's talk about the reporting. That seems to be one of the topics that brought up the most. So if you have the bill in front of you, and if you go to page 13, line 20, the reporting that we're talking about are a report of the receiving, before you could receive any grant or aid or distribution, the recipient has to report to the governor the amount of all federal loans, grants, and other aids provided under the COVID, including the AID Act, the Relief Act, and the other acts. So, remember, this is an authorization bill. So this authorizes over $400 million worth of grants. And in order to, and then we walk through the, what we talked about earlier in terms of the, what these grants can be used for. So we're talking about hundreds and thousands of grants. And I don't think it would behooves us to have hundreds of thousands and maybe tens of thousands of grants show up in our email through the next 3 or 4 months just to see that they properly submitted their applications. So if you want to be an application processor, then you can probably, my guess is there'll be a publication place or someplace that the governor's office will put those online as part of the process. But we don't need tens or thousands of reports on every application that's submitted. That just doesn't make sense. And so we're not talking about any written reports. We're not talking about anything that's very detailed into the processes of the proceedings. And so that was the logic of that. With regards to the tribes and the mirror amendment, maybe I just gleaned over it a little too quickly. That's, we adopted the Senate version because it was a mirror amendment that authorized funds to go to the tribes. And that was Senate second reading amendment number 8 as amended. And that's on the first page of the summary report. With regards to Fremont County, once again, this is an appropriations bill and there's a findings of what we are using these funds for. And if you go through those findings, it includes construction, it includes other things as such. And in fact, one of the capital construction projects that we adopted, Senate file section or second reading amendment number 12, which is number 18 on that list, further expands into capital construction components of it. With regards to food processing, Representative Eklund, the chairman, basically we adopted the House version of that language, and these are just findings. So there's no affirmative action taking in this bill. It's more of an appropriation bill. And so any actions that we take on behalf of that would come from a different source. And I think with regards to the signature, I'm going to turn that over to the good representative, Majority Whip. He can discuss that with.
Hey, I'm going to first recognize Representative Zwanitzer to follow up on some of those, and then we'll go to.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the good chairman of appropriations covered all of them with the exception of the representative from Cheyenne's question on why are we taking the Senate bill. That actually goes back to the rules. As this was the first conference committee assigned under the rules, it would be a Senate bill. And actually the chairman of the conference committee was a senator. And that's just how we laid it out, that one became a Senate file. And then the next bill that we passed will become a House bill, and you'll see it, well, with only 3 of them, but it went back and forth, and that's why it's a Senate file, because that was part of the joint rules we passed.
Okay, Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I want to just briefly touch on the food processing aspect. I think to kind of tie that up, this provides the opportunity for those funds to be used possibly. And the House position was a stronger position. That's why it was adopted. But it's important to note that that topic has been assigned to the Ag Committee as kind of a second topic. So hopefully we'll be seeing something from the Ag Committee in regards to how to further dive down on this and how to handle that situation. In regards to my signature being missing from the conference committee report, that was on purpose. And that had to do with the legislative findings. And legislative findings, I guess, is just kind of for the folks that are watching, legislative findings we only put those there for when there's just a heck of a rodeo or something pretty wild's happening in a bill. And this is a heck of a rodeo, not the bill in and of itself. I think good work has been done there, but this whole situation is a heck of a rodeo. And the reason why those legislative findings are so important is it'll explain to future legislators and explain to future people, the people of Wyoming, exactly what happened. And the reason why I did not include my name on the legislative or on this conference committee report is because of how the legislative findings were amended. There was an amendment from the Senate that explicitly blamed the economy shutdown and put the blame mostly on the health officer, and then also talked about forced takings. And the forced takings aspect was taken out. Now the legislative findings specifically read that this is all the fault of coronavirus. And I emphatically disagree with that. Not to the point that I'll vote no on this bill because I think this bill is important, but I emphatically disagree because while it certainly is most likely true that in Lander or Cheyenne, the coronavirus, in regards to economic devastation, was mostly to blame. But in my neck of the woods, it was mostly government action that was to blame for economic devastation. We didn't have a huge outbreak, thank God, and I hope that doesn't happen. But it was mostly the actions of the government that were to blame. And so the way the legislative findings read, if we're going to warn future legislators and future people about why we did this and how we went about it, I thought it was important to mention that, and we adopted a position to state that this was coronavirus. So I don't think that's the case throughout the state of Wyoming. I don't think that's the case in a lot of your districts, and so that's why I left my name off the report. I will be supporting the legislation because it does do a lot of things that the state needs right now, and it's important for our communities. However, that is why I left my name off.
Move to second time. Any members have any more questions? Okay, Representative Gray, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to reiterate some of the comments from the last speaker and say that I'm also disappointed in the adjustment. I think that was an area where we could have adopted the Senate position. We had that debate here and it was pretty close. I do think we need to acknowledge what the current statute says and the implications of it. And we saw it on our conferences with the governor where, if there's a disagreement, the state health officer wins. And what are the implications of that? The fact that that's an unelected position and the implications are huge. And so I think it's important that we get these findings right. I am going to support the conference report, but I want to reiterate some of the comments about removing that Senate amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Eklund, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So thank you for the information on the food processing. I'm glad to hear it'll be taken up by the Ag Committee. I'll try to at least virtually make it to that meeting, and I have some suggestions, and I think that'd be the best format to kind of work on how we solve this processing problem in Wyoming.
Okay, thank you. Any other members, second time? Okay, seeing none. Question being called? Okay, question being called. We are voting on Joint Conference Committee number 1's report. to House Bill and Senate File 1001. Majority of elected members is required to adopt the report. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Barlow.
Aye.
Aye. Blackburn.
Aye.
Aye. Blake.
Aye.
Aye. Brown.
Aye.
Aye. Burkhart.
Aye.
Aye. Burlingame.
Aye.
Aye. Clausen.
Aye.
Aye. Clem.
No.
No. Clifford.
Aye.
Aye. Connolly. Connolly. Aye. Crank.
Aye.
Aye. Dayton Selman.
Aye.
Aye. Duncan.
Aye.
Aye. Edwards.
No.
No. Eklund.
Aye.
Aye. Air.
Aye.
Aye. Flitner. Flitner.
Excused.
Excused. Freeman.
Aye.
Aye. Furphy.
Aye.
Aye. Gray.
Aye.
Aye. Greer.
Aye.
Aye. Haley.
Aye.
Aye. Hallinan.
No.
No. Henderson.
Aye.
Aye. Hunt.
Aye.
Aye. Jennings.
No.
No. Kinner.
Aye.
Aye. Kirkbride.
Aye.
Aye. Larson Lloyd.
Aye.
Aye. Larson Dan.
No. No.
No. Lindholm.
Aye.
Aye. Laux.
Aye.
Aye. McGuire.
Francis Lindholm voted for that.
McGuire.
Aye.
Aye. Miller.
Aye.
Aye. Newsom.
Aye.
Aye. Nicholas.
Aye.
Aye. Northrup.
Aye.
Aye. Obermuller.
Aye.
Aye. Olson.
Aye.
Aye. Paxton.
Aye.
Aye. Pelkey.
Aye.
Aye. Piperinen.
Aye.
Aye. Parnell.
Aye.
Aye. Roscoe.
Aye.
Aye. Salazar.
Aye.
Aye. Schwartz.
Aye.
Aye. Simpson.
Aye.
Aye. Summers.
Aye.
Aye. Stith.
Aye.
Aye. Stivar.
No.
No. Sweeney.
Aye.
Aye. Tass.
Aye.
Aye. Walters.
Aye.
Aye. Washit.
Aye.
Aye. Western.
Aye.
Aye. Wilson.
Aye.
Aye. Winter.
Aye.
Aye. Yin.
Aye.
Aye. Zwanitzer.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Speaker.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Hallinan, you have your hand up. No to aye. Hallinan? Hallinan, no to aye.
His hand up was.
I'm a
has been
no.
up for a while.
I'm a no on that. I'm
Okay.
a no on that bill.
Okay, I'll keep you as no. Thank you. Any other changes? Any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 53 aye, 6 no, 1 excused.
Okay, by your vote, you voted to adopt Joint Conference Committee Number 1's report to House Bill and Senate File 1001. The next report for our consideration is Joint Conference Committee Number 1's report to House Bill Senate File 1002.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
well, I have not received a message for that yet.
You know, when I checked our joint rules, I think we're okay. We can do a joint concurrence on it.
Okay,
Since it's a mayor bill, I checked with, on rules on that to make sure we can, the Senate has concurred on it, but it will be coming. So,
okay,
and we
okay,
will read that when we, so we'll go ahead and consider that. Thank you. And
Thank you.
so, so with that, I would like to recognize Representative Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So members, I just sent a email to you that has both the joint conference report and the summary sheet. I timed it so, or we tried to time it so that as soon as it was ready for you, I just received it not long ago, but as soon as we were ready for it, it would be top of your inbox. So if you're interested, you can open both of those documents. Certainly the summary sheet is what I will work through and be glad to explain the bill. I'm getting more messages now over top. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to walk through this bill. I'll remind the body this basically has three components, or the bill left our side with three components: workers' comp, UI, and the WCDA component. As many of you know, the immunity liability issue came from the Senate side and a couple other amendments, and I'll address those as we get to them. So I'll first start with box number 1. Actually, I'm going to skip box number 1. That'll be last. I'll do lines 2 and 3. This was workers' comp, and we adopted the Senate second reading amendment number 1 and the Senate third reading amendment number 2. Now, the first one, we had a mirror amendment in the House. So that was, so we took the Senate one, and then there were some amendments that were required in the Senate, technical amendments, and the Senate did that. It was both a date and then some reversion or some authorization of funds to be moved based on different dates. So that is the initial part of the workers' comp. So you'll see that amend 2, amend 3, and then a delete on 4. And then on lines 5 through 7, these are all within the WCDA program, part of the program, the tenants and residents program. And we took a combination of this. So we adopted the Senate amendment that had a corresponding mirror House amendment. And then we adopted a third reading House amendment, third reading number 2, that amended the mirror amendment. So we ended up with our mirror amendment plus the House adoption through that action. The one we did not adopt, and I'll certainly let the sponsor who brought this amendment through this, was one that further or did some other adjustments to the program. The Senate, we did not have that amendment on the Senate side, and this is House third reading amendment number 3. It's line 8. Quite honestly, the Senate had didn't have much, didn't understand much of what it did, and maybe our conference committee didn't have put enough heart into it. So while I'm sure that's a disappointment for the sponsor, and we adopted it, we didn't have maybe enough take time or have enough information to move that forward and advance that.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Go ahead. Point of order with Representative Sweeney. What's your point?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The document summary sheet that was sent by the majority floor leader on block 1 in particular looks different than what is posted on the legislative site that I had printed off. I just wondered which one go with the one that you're currently referencing. That's my point.
Okay. Representative Barlow.
Mr. Speaker, I guess I can't speak to this. This was what was provided to me by staff directly for affirmation, for signature, summarized our work. And I can try to pull up what's on the website and see what the difference is. If the difference is only in number 1, line 1, if there are other differences, I'll be glad to try to get it. But it's only in number 1. I'll be speaking to that last, and there'll be, I'm sure, a lot of discussion about that. So at your pleasure, Mr. Chairman, whatever you
go ahead, Representative Sweeney.
Mr. Speaker, I think he's exactly right, but I'm just scanning it. So just so that,
Ooh, I think Representative Sweeney has been, happened to me a couple times yesterday, got dropped off this Zoom call. Wonder if the internet slows down on Saturdays in Wyoming.
He's actually still there, Mr. Speaker.
Is
He's
he?
just muted. He's just muted.
I didn't mute him. So,
No.
Okay, are you still there?
yes.
Okay, go ahead and finish your point there.
Oh, I believe that the majority floor leader is absolutely right, that it's just block one. And I would hope that LSO could post this one, and maybe they've already done it. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
thank you for that point. Okay. All right, Representative Barlow, continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Speaker, so I think I was on 5, 6, 7, 8. You can see 2 deletes, 2 amends. And then we get to box line 9. This was a Senate second reading amendment number 3. This is a program both within workers' comp and UI, unemployment insurance, that allows the department to delay payments through rules and regulations to delay payments for employers if there are CARES Acts that can backfill. This is not a holiday or a rate change or any of those things. This is just a delay of payment. Now, we have the discussion within the conference committee that the agency already had significant latitude in this part, but I guess in the end we decided maybe it wasn't that harmful to give them one more tool to delay payments for those employers that it may be valuable for. It is permissive. It is a permissive program. They may institute it. The final one is some new temporary programs. This is line 10. We deleted this one. This one was, quite honestly, 3/4 of the language was directly out of the bill we just approved. In this language, it had a few more things and talked about relieving fees and different things for in the state. But we felt like, we felt like much of that authority already existed in 1001, excuse me. And the new language wasn't maybe that helpful. So we requested and it was deleted. The final one, and this is probably where things get the stickiest, is the liability. And in the liability one, as you'll recall, as we deliberated, there was an amendment brought, and it was a rules, and the chair ruled it wasn't germane, and there was no challenge. Well, that same amendment was adopted on the Senate side, Senate third reading amendment number 1. That's the civil liability one. It is not the same amendment. It is the same amendment that was offered on our side. It is not the same as Senate file or House Bill 1005. There are differences between those two approaches. Quite honestly, this was the issue that we spent 90% of our time on. And unfortunately, that's just the reality. The discussion centered around, is it an all or nothing? They have to have it all their way, or we have to have all no way. And finally, through the good work of our minority floor leader and the Senate chairman, Judiciary Senate chairman, there was a breakthrough, and I give them full credit that they found a way to at least bridge the gap and come up with something that I hope the body will consider in the middle and available to work on further, because that is the understanding that this conference committee had when we accepted the proposal and signed off. So what this does is currently in statute. So we deleted their amendment. We deleted it entirely. Currently in statute, there is a section 35.4.114A. And that section in current statute has immunity for healthcare providers and or persons. And what the amendment does, and this is probably where you want to actually switch your screen and look at the amendment itself, or the report itself, because this is language that is added. The rest is just all the adopts and all that stuff, adopts and deletes, etc. This is actual language. So yes, we had to amend the short title, the title, and then we bring and not adopt their amendment, and then we bring in 35.4.114, immunity from liability. And you will note that we had testimony even as we defeated amendments and we heard concerns about businesses wanting to reopen, being concerned about the liabilities. So what this amendment does is it adds business entities, specificity for business entity, and it also expands the type of instructions to a city, town, or county health officer. As we have learned through this process, this pandemic we're living through, that there are multiple levels of health officers that have responsibilities. And then we kind of break it out, and so that we have kind of three sections: the healthcare section, the business section, and then the general section. So all of them, and you'll see good faith in here 3 times, but they're all contingent on there being an actual public health emergency. So unlike the bill that we had seen before, House Bill 1005, or the amendment, which were date limited, this is limited by the actual orders that are either promulgated by the state, that are by the state health officer. And if you look up above in the current statute 115A Romanet I, that is where what time limits this. So this doesn't go past. So when an order is issued, this liability would begin, and when it is lifted, and that statute is very clear, that's the governor's responsibility to lift those public health emergencies, the front end and the back end. That's the term of the liability we're talking about here. So this would not be specific for COVID-19, this would be broader. So therein lies some of the concerns that some may have. This is codified language. It lives in the green books. However, I would respectfully say that I have the commitment of the leadership on the opposite side of the end of the hallway, and the chairmans of the Joint Judiciary Committee, that this will be a first things first of the second things second. Meaning they're going to give this the highest priority. They meet next week, and that they will take this and do more work on it. Certainly that work is what some of you will have most concern about, that there wasn't the same overview, public input, etc. in this for this particular piece of the bill. I hope we found a balance in saying, we understand there's an issue. We're going to start to have the discussion with this change, and then we fully expected it to be vetted and get it have a better look at it and get it right as we go forward. So I think that is I'll just summarize by saying, I think there's a lot of good things in this bill. The workers' comp, the UI, the rent and issues. There is a lot of good things for employers, for citizens in general. And I think there's a lot of value in this thing. We talked about the value to some of those other bills. Well, this is, and how we backfill. Well, this is actually helping on the front end with UI for employers, having on the back end with workers' comp as we come back to work in this state. It's helping in the crunch time when folks maybe having difficulty meeting rent or mortgage payments. So there's a lot here. And while this section is challenging, it's also something that I think you'll hear from the minority floor leader and maybe my colleague, chairman of the Labor Health, that we felt like this, while important and frustrating, should go forward because there's so many other valuable things in the bill. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be glad to stand for questions or offer my colleagues time to visit about it. Thank you.
For the first time, Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I just want to applaud the work of the majority floor leader, the minority floor leader, and the chairman of the Labor Health Committee for the good conference committee work. I sent out an email to everybody giving my take on the immunity provisions and the compromise that they came up with. I think it's a really good compromise and something we can tweak in the future. So just congratulations. I just want to applaud their efforts, and I support and I vote.
Okay, thank you. Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Majority Floor Leader, for that overview. It definitely was a group effort, that's for sure. And we spent the majority of our time, as you said, on this immunity provision. But friends, I would like to let you know that I honestly don't see it as a compromise. I don't think I would have compromised on the inclusion of a broad-based immunity for civil liability that was contemplated by the amendment, and then before that by 1005. That was something that was not contemplated in 1002 or in Management Council or debated. That being said, we wanted to do something because we wanted to be able to keep the good provisions of this bill that were outlined, the unemployment insurance compensation, the workers' comp, that rent program. We wanted to be able to stand them up immediately. So we actually found a different provision than was talked about in the immunity provisions. In fact, where in our statutes, it says that when any actor acts in good faith, when there is a kind of a pandemic or a health emergency, they're immune from liability. So we went into that statute, that 35-4-114, and we just put in some clarifying clauses, right? Just to assure that businesses kind of believe that they are that person, so that if there was any kind of entity out there that didn't believe it was covered under 35-4-114, that they now have some explicit language in there to assure that they are. So honestly, I see the language as a bit clunky, but it is clarifying. And certainly the chair of Senate Judiciary has assured us that they will take up this issue at their meeting in just a couple of weeks. So I'm interested in your comments and questions, but I would encourage your aye vote.
Okay, thank you for your first time. Thank you for your good work on this committee, you and the good chair, Madam Chairman of Labor Health, and the good majority floor leader. Thank you. Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I need a little bit further explanation of even the need to include this immunity section in there if Judiciary is going to take up the matter in a week or two and work it maybe better than we can in a few days. So I'd just like some explanation. Why include it now? Why not just wait? We know we're coming back. I think we know that. And handle it differently. I know there was a bill that didn't get a chance to go through committee and everything. This gives us the opportunity to do that in the next few weeks. I don't think we can put this into place, even though it'll be effective immediately. I don't think we can actually put it into effect much quicker than a week or two. So I'd just like some more explanation on the logic there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you
for the hard work.
Okay, thank you for your first time, Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to applaud the Joint Conference Committee. I think they did an excellent job, especially given the contentiousness in both houses. I will say that I'm going to vote to adopt this report as well as believe that this bill has a lot of really important things that we need to get enacted, because this is first things first, and this is what we came to special session to do. I will say that I want to voice my opposition to the process that ended up with this section inserted into this bill through this report. I think that Management Council had all agreed on a good process to make sure that we focus very specifically on the things that need to happen first. And the process that ended up getting this part of the report turned out to be one that resulted in pretty much no public input. And I don't think that's how we really should be passing bills, except in an emergency. And this is not one where I think it was required, because you see that the existing statute exists, 35-4-114. But I do appreciate that the Joint Conference Committee ended up putting stuff in the bill that turns out to give comfort to businesses around the state that do in fact act in good faith. My one concern with the language, so I don't think this is a reason to vote down the report. Again, I still think you should accept the report, but this will be a signal to the Judiciary Committee when you tackle this ahead of time. I believe the part where it says or acts in good faith in responding to, or acting in good faith, is there to allay the concern of, if there isn't a state health order for like your hotel or for your whatever business that there isn't a state health order specifically for, it lets you act in good faith to give you that immunity, which I think is reasonable. I would personally raise the bar a little higher, but my concern is it possible to act in good faith while also disobeying the order instructions of a state health officer? Do you still get immunity, and what does that look like? So that's my question to Judiciary for the future. But again, I'll ask you to adopt this, and I'll still state my opposition to the process that created it. Thank you.
My apologies. Representative Pelkey. Thank you, Representative Yen. For your first time, Representative Pelkey.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I am going to reluctantly support this conference committee report. And as you might suspect, I'm really uncomfortable with the immunity section. Good faith is essentially a squishy term when it comes to law. And and we're relying on this, 3 times in this conference committee report. Existing statute under 35-1-114 should be able to address the immunity issues. The one thing that makes me comfortable in voting for this conference committee report is the good work that the majority and the minority floor leaders did, along with the Senate Judiciary Chairman, and the fact that we as a committee in Judiciary are going to be addressing this very issue, not in a couple of weeks, but next week. And I would urge any of those who have an interest in this issue to make sure that you're available for our meeting next week so we can address this issue and try to get this liability issue clarified, because at this point, were it not for all the wonderful elements in this bill, I would vote against it.
Okay, thank you. Representative Hallinan, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I support this bill very strongly. I think that the immunity compromise, and I think it is a compromise. I think it's a very good compromise, and I salute the members of the committee, including the minority leader. I think she did a good job on this, and we deserves our support on it. I will happily vote in favor of this bill, even though I voted no on some others in the recent times. But I think this is a very good one, and I'm all for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Representative Hallen and Representative Tass for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to compliment all the hard work that the committee did trying to work this out. I know it was really contentious, but it gives a little bit of comfort to the businesses, whether it's a bowling alley or a golf course. It gives them some comfort anyway, and I think it's a good start. So I just want to express my appreciation for hanging in there. Both the House and the Senate leaders, they did a really good job, and I appreciate the way they were able to negotiate it, hammer it out. It was tough, but I think they did a very fine job. So thanks to the crew that was doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Larson Lloyd, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too would compliment the committee. I think that they've done an amazing job of keeping the vehicle up on the road, because it kept wandering off into the weeds on both sides of the highway, and I think that our good chairman kept bringing it back up on the road and keeping it focused, particularly on this issue. My question back to the majority floor leader was if he got the sense that there was some confusion or lack of understanding of the term person and how we use it in the statutes. We use it repeatedly in statutes to refer upon not only an individual, but just about any other entity there, and felt like that this 35.4.114 really did cover everything, and probably didn't need to have that language including a business entity, but there just seemed some insecurity there or lack of understanding. And I would also suggest that there was probably a lack of understanding from my limited knowledge on good faith and what that meant. I struggle with the immunity portion. I'm voting for this and hope that and have faith that judiciary will come back and work on this a little bit more. I would be interested in his response on that when he gets to the point of answering questions on his assessment on that bid, because I think, Mr. Speaker, what this really comes down to is, why couldn't we have put this off till judiciary meets next week? And what we heard repeatedly was that there are lawsuits just knocking at the door and we can't make this retroactive. And so are we giving our business entities a sense of security between now and the time that we meet for the second and pass another bill? And I think that's really the issue that we have to weigh out.
Thank you, Representative Olson, for your first time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I want to continue the commending the committee for their good work. And as we watched the process unfold to what we're calling a compromise, really appreciate all the input there in reaching the conclusion we did. I'm going to express similar concerns that my good colleague from over the hill in Laramie expressed on the immunity provision. I have extreme heartburn over where this bill is at in terms of what we reached on the immunity so-called compromise. You know, will also just express to the body that my phone's been blowing up all day on this particular bill from members of the bar and from legal groups. And so I think that what we have and what we've discussed is that judiciary is going to take this up in a week. I believe that committee is very competent to do so. I believe they're going to have the public input they need, but I think the reality is that there's a huge lack of public input on such a major public policy that can have huge unintended consequences and ramifications far beyond the pandemic itself. So, you know, I have heartburn over that. The struggle is this bill does a lot of really good things outside of that. And so I share the same struggle that I think other members are struggling with, which is, you know, why couldn't we set the immunity question aside, continue that up in a week with judiciary, take it up on a second thing second. That would have been the most prudent thing to do. So I guess I'm just putting out my reservation. I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to vote right now. So I'm listening to the body, kind of getting a good feel for the body and seeing what we're going to do. I don't want to abandon the bill because of that, but boy, there'll have to be a lot of hard work to get this thing in place and where it needs to be and get the stakeholders at the table and make sure they're heard. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Representative Clem, for your first time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, we've been using the word compromise here. And again, I want to just express my gratitude to those who work the process. In some ways, it feels like a win-win, maybe not so much in the substance of the amendment, but the process and putting aside politics and meeting a real need. And I think, you know, we talk about, well, why the need right now to have some kind of immunity provision for businesses? And the real simple answer is as much as we like to say that Wyoming is open for business, there's a lot of Wyoming businesses that are really, really hesitant to be open for business because they're afraid of getting sued. And so I think this is good. I thought this was a pretty novel approach to go into the statute the way that they did. I do agree that judiciary should take a look at this, but what I like about this as far as a first things first is I think it sends for our folks that we represent back home, it sends the signal that the legislature is behind them as far as having Wyoming open for business. And that's what we want. I mean, we want people to be healthy, but we also want to see people prosper. And there's nothing that helps people to prosper like a good economy. And so I think this is good. I think this sends a really good signal to our business community that we as the people's representatives hear them and are trying to find solutions so that they can open up and that they can live their lives in a responsible way. And so with that, I too am going to vote in favor of this. I think there's some more work to be done, but I think this is a good first step. This is a good first things first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, thank you, Representative Clem. Representative Kirkbride, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to weigh in, though I don't have a lot to say that hasn't been said. The fact that the legislation came up at this weekend caught us by surprise. The process and the public input was lacking to a great degree. The conference committee did a fine job of bridging the gap with this amendment, I think. And for truth in advertising, here's what's going to happen with the Judiciary Committee. We only found out that this had been assigned us about a week ago, so we were not able to squeeze it into our agenda for next Tuesday and Wednesday when we meet, but we're applying to Management Council for a couple extra days to study our COVID topics and have the 4 items that we've been assigned action ready for them on the second meeting when it comes in a month or so. So that's where it's at process-wise with the Judiciary Committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I don't know where I'm at yet on this conference committee report. It really concerns me that we're willing to take people's constitutional rights away from them without any public comment. And I think that is a shame. In general, I agree with an immunity provision of some type, under certain conditions. And so it's not that I don't support the concept, I do. But I think what we've done with the process has been a real shame and frankly a black mark on us. And I think we are better than this. Having said that, I'm like everybody else, right? I really like the rest of the bill. And so I'm going to have to, think long and hard how I'm going to vote on this. And I do really appreciate the conference committee and their hard work on this issue. And I know that the Judiciary Committee will tackle this with a fervor and do the right thing, right? They'll have people in the room that should be in the room providing comment. But I guess mostly I just wanted to express that this isn't a good process. This isn't how you bring a bill that you can do this if it's other kinds of issues, but not when you're taking away people's constitutional rights. So I'm going to think long and hard on it, but I do appreciate everybody's hard work and the good debate. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Summers. Now we're still on first time, and I see a couple hands up who've already gone. I'm going to skip to Representative Salazar, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I watched the conference committee meeting, and talking about conferees going to the moon and back and coming up with a solution is incredible. And I just take my hat off to the majority and minority leaders. Truly inspirational. Secondly, I will say, I've sat on the Judiciary Committee for 4 years. The members of the Judiciary Committee are passionate about protecting constitutional rights. And as a famous justice once said, there is a delicate balance. We are living in very unusual times. There is a sunset clause. I can assure the state legislature that the Judiciary Committee, when it does meet this issue, is going to spend as much time as it needs to get it right. And I am confident that the people that we have on the Joint Judiciary Committee will get it right. I support this conference committee. I will support the bill. And again, my hat's off to the conferees. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Duncan, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot of the same concerns as everybody else has discussed. And am I still on? Everybody's frozen and I keep getting bounced off.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So I have a lot of the same concerns. One of the concerns about the immunity is being a business owner. I get it. I understand the concerns, the feel of ease, to have something like this. But this particular situation is such that it's a 14-day incubation or contagious window. So how in the world, I can't wrap my head around it, how in the world can anyone prove that they got it at my business or at the restaurant or at the grocery store? How can they isolate at that particular business and prove it? The second thing I have a question about is how do you enforce it? If you were to go after somebody without the immunity bill, I mean, how are you going to enforce it? If I were to go and sue, the clothing store, how am I going to prove it and how am I going to enforce it? So those are my questions. I also have just a statement. I want to really thank the minority floor leader for very kind words and support on my amendment. I do have concerns, though, that this bill got off the rails by adding mortgages. I truly don't support that. We already have federal provisions that are protecting mortgagees. This bill was specifically to protect renters and to make sure that they weren't evicted. And instead, we opened it up to mortgages, which I'm okay with in the big theory, but in this particular bill, I'm not. There was already protections for mortgagees. And now that we've opened it up, we're going to run the risk that this money is going to go way fast and it's not going to go to renters. It's going to go to mortgagees who already were protected by the feds stepping in. So that's a real concern for me. So because of the immunity part and all of that questioning and the part about that this just really got off the rails with mortgages instead of protecting renters, I don't think I'm going to be able to support this because of that's a big chunk of money that's not going to be going where it really needs to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Schwartz, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to join in, with everybody else in commending the committee's work. I am definitely going to support the bill, even though I have some reservations about parts of it. But I'm more interested right now in the process, and I kind of like to echo what the representative from my adjacent district said, that we did not necessarily get good public input, or even amongst the legislators get the right amount of input we should have gotten on this particular issue. And I would actually expand it, and I would say the whole process, starting with the first management council meeting, has been a learning experience for us all. And I hope we take the time when this is over, because we're doing this again in 6 weeks, to make the effort to improve the process, both for legislators, for lobbyists, and the public. I know that just looking at the YouTube numbers, clearly we've created a method where the public can see what we're doing. And I hope in the next phase, we can enable them to be more involved. But on in support of the committee's work and the bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First time would be Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought I'd just jump in here a little bit before the Chairman Barlow runs out of paper. A couple of comments there. First, I would just like to respond to people who are concerned about the process, is that you may all be very sure that the three of us in the House firmly expressed our unhappiness with the process more than once. So I believe the Senate side heard that rather loudly. There was a question about whether the existing, and let me just say, and I voted against the immunity business every time in the House. One of the things that makes me good with this and why I signed the committee is that we are going to use existing statute and not create something new. There was a question about why the wording of other person wasn't already covering it. And frankly, we thought that it probably did, but in the sense that what we were trying to do was provide a level of comfort, whether it was more comfort than they ought to have, or it was comfort that should have existed to people who are not necessarily going to read all the legalese of what is the definition of a person. Some of you may remember, I think Mitt Romney got into a little trouble about that years ago, about corporations being people and such like. So yes, I mean, I think that in some ways, I don't want to say that it doesn't do anything, but the existing statute has person. However, I think in some ways we expand a little beyond the original statutory context, in that really this was probably about healthcare people. So we have put that in there. And so then the last thing I just want to say, I would be glad to leave most of it to the Chairman Barlow, but in the sense of taking rights away, which is why I voted against the immunity clauses in the first place, I think that because we're using existing statute, in fact, we're not really taking rights away beyond what already existed. So I am content with where this is. I think it gives us something, I don't want to say an olive branch to the businesses, but something that they feel comfortable with. It enables us to get through the rest of the programs that the governor's office wasn't sure that they would be able to do on their own without us. And I just feel that we have succeeded in the political process, not always the rational or beautiful process, but I feel that we succeeded in the political process to do something good, or at least no harm. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Wilson. For your first time, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to take too much time, but as everyone knows, we're walking a constitutional tightrope here. And when I look at this bill, and there is a lot of good stuff in here, I ask myself, well, what is it in here that could wait? What maybe could wait till the next session? You know, I think it's the immunity part. I don't think it's clever at all. It's going to take more than 3 to 6 weeks for a legal action to transpire. And so, but then you got to ask yourself, the question is, what difference does it make if we don't pass it today? I think it makes a lot of difference. So, boy, I tell you, it's a hold your nose and vote kind of deal here to me, because we worked so hard, everybody did, to get to the point we were before we sent it to the other end. And I listened to the committee, and I compliment the committee on how hard they fought for our position and representing our interests and the people of Wyoming's interests. And I'm not saying that the other end isn't, but I found that they were a little bit rigid in terms of how they came off in the committee. And then I listened to them when they were talking on the floor. So I don't know where I'm going to be when my name's called, but I don't want anyone in Wyoming to have to not get what they need in the next 6 weeks because we didn't follow the best process. And so I guess the thing I would ask on the immunity thing is clarification on the, the sunset aspect of it in terms of the temporary nature of it. If you could help me understand that. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, that's right. I don't think there is, but we'll get to that, I'm sure. Representative, my understanding is in the green books, but somebody will answer that question. Thank you, Representative Henderson. Representative Walters, for your first time.
Yeah, I was talking to Bo the other day and I was telling him about Bo Feitman? No, Bo
Excuse
Wellman.
me. Whoa, hold on.
This is the cards guy. And I was telling
Representative Burlingame, please mute. I think we're on to Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is really in the words that made it on paper. They don't necessarily line up with the discussion. I have really questions for the attorneys in the group to find out some of these words and the way it reads. As it says, we have deleted the word "the state" for the state health officer, and in place it now says a state health officer, or a city or a town or a county health officer. So does that mean that a business may use the orders that are less restrictive of a neighboring state and call those the orders to be used in good faith and proceed that way? As you read the rest of the statutes in this part of the green books, they are specific and refer to the state health officer for Wyoming. They also refer to the county health officer having jurisdiction over the cities and towns within their purview. And so now we have brought in a city and a town health officer that I'm not even sure it exists. I do believe that cities and towns have the ability to implement ordinances that they want to carry out within their communities, but I don't know that they have a city health officer that necessarily takes orders from the county health officer, who then takes the orders from the state health officer. So I have some real concerns in the way we have drafted this. It's not the concept that I'm concerned with. I'm most concerned with the words that made it on paper, as we have deleted the state health officer and converted it to a state health officer. And so would ask the attorneys in the group, is that a valid reading of this change? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Representative Walters. Now we're on to Representative Burlingame, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that. I just want to echo what some of my colleagues have said about their appreciation for the process and how thoughtful it's been, particularly in the conference. I've watched not all of it, but a lot of it over the lunch period, and I thought that it was a real masterclass on how you could take very different positions and move them closer together. But But at the end of the day, I mean, like the question that I ask myself is always, moving it away from the abstraction of, this text on a page and into, walking down the street in my community and running into a constituent who wants to know, why I voted the way I did and how it affects their life. And the part that I haven't really found a good answer to is for the person who was put into harm's way, or felt like they needed to support their family, they needed to maintain a job, and just the nebulousness around what their employer protecting them in good faith means. And I don't have a good answer for it. And if I don't have a good answer for it, I feel like I can't vote for it. I can't say, we took away your constitutional right to protect yourself and to take someone to court if they fail to do the right thing by you, because it was a really hurried process and we were just trying to do as much good in as short a time as possible. I feel like that's not going to float with that person, that they will not feel convinced by that logic. And if I can't imaginatively convince myself, I don't think I can vote for it. So on and against.
Okay, thank you, Representative Laux.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very quickly, I just want to echo what Representative Duncan said. I'm really concerned about the community thing too, but even more so about the idea of mortgage payments being done, being paid for when there is coverage on the federal level for that. And that was something that should have been left in there. And I know we fought hard for it. I just think unless somebody can convince me otherwise, I'm going to be a no vote on this, mainly because of that one issue. That money will be eaten up by, I believe, people that probably aren't the best deserving of these monies. There's renters that'll need it way before somebody that has bought a $500,000 home and now all of a sudden can't make the mortgage payment on it. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Washit, first time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question is, how time sensitive is the rest of this bill?
Representative Washit, we're having a hard time hearing you. I don't know where your mic's at, or is it on your?
How about now?
Still pretty tough. Do you have headphones in?
I do.
Maybe unplug from your computer and just use your computer mic.
How's that?
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
All right. So my question is how time sensitive is the rest of the bill? If we were to vote this down today and bring it back and deal with it in June, what are the ramifications of that in terms of the workers' comp and the unemployment and the landlord tenant dimensions of the bill? I know we wanted to get it passed today, but seriously, given the conversation we're having right now, how bad would it be if we dealt with this in June?
Okay, thank you. Representative Lindholm, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to call for the question.
Oh. No, you don't. We're going to let members talk. Okay, Representative Swanitzer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I'll just be honest and say it. I don't think this is ready for prime time. And yes, I can appreciate the work that went into it for 6 hours, but with things of this magnitude, this is the whole reason we would normally have 3 days of reading to think about it and work behind the scenes. And so I'm not taking anything away from the process, but this is still a first conference committee report. I have some serious concerns that we're trying to argue that amending a statute that was never contemplated in the original bill or in any of the amendments is being brought into the bill. And yes, maybe that's between both positions, but it's sure cleaner in a second conference committee. I have some real concerns, two major reasons. One is if we have this kind of trifecta now between a city health officer, a county, and the state health officer. And if they have slightly different degrees of what they're putting out, and you're in good faith trying to abide by your local city, which may be more stringent or less stringent or have certain qualifications that may not be in a statewide health order, I think you're asking for a little bit of trouble. But what concerns me even more right now is I keep hearing, well, we're going to go back and fix this in the next 6 weeks. So we're going to have a civil liability statute on the books for 6 weeks, and then we're going to change it. And so if I'm going to initiate a lawsuit against somebody, 5 months from now, and then all of a sudden I have lawyers saying, well, it was in the 6-week window where the liability statutes were kind of written one way, or they may, have contracted COVID-19 during this window, or they may have got it ahead of time. And I just think it gets really murky. I mean, if this is what we want, we better stick with it. I mean, for the next year, but it's not a good idea to say, hey, we're going to have a 6-week statute that deals with millions of dollars of litigation that we're probably going to amend somehow in 7 weeks. I just think that's a really bad policy call for this body to make right now. I don't know if it can be fixed on second reading, but I know that's why we have the possibility historically to have a second conference committee to make sure we get it right. If that means we extend it for one more day and have special session go 3 days, I think it is probably an important enough issue. I don't know if we can get it right, but I'm not ready to vote yes on it right now. I think there's too many unanswered questions and too many members saying, well, we're not sure about this, but we're going with it. That usually leads to really bad decisions in the future when people look back and we have to rewrite statutes. And I've been here long enough. That's not a way I think we should be going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Freeman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't think that there was going to be a conference committee come out. I watched a lot of that. Saw the intransigence of our fellow legislators down the hall. But this legislation, or bringing attention to this legislation, took a lot of the major questions that I had about the bill and then the amendment that came up. There's a large part of me that wants to hold my nose, as Representative Henderson said, and vote for it because there's so much good things about it. But I think that the former speaker brought up a good point. Do we want to have a bad law on the books for 6 weeks? And up until I heard that question, I was going to hold my nose and vote for it, but I don't know anymore. I don't know what the right thing to do is. I'm looking for some help.
Okay, thank you. For your first time, Representative Blackburn.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the committee and the legislators for their hard work on this. I'm pretty torn on this. With the mortgage payments, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. So probably I would say the same thing that Representative Duncan and Locke said about mortgages, landlord payments. Now I'm really nervous about a yes vote on this after listening to Chairman Swanitzer. I hope somebody can come on and relieve some of our negative thoughts on this. Anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. For your first time, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I didn't vote on 1005, mostly because of process. Plus I didn't really think the bill really hit the nail on the head. But I do believe that we should move forward on this. Yes, is it a temporary fix for the 6 weeks? As the Chairman of Revenue mentioned, totally agree with him. The process was not good in this whole thing. And I would have rather judiciary have taken this on. But this whole process in which we're working, first things first, we're trying to do an awful lot of good for the citizens. I will be a yes vote. I think I encourage others at this point to be a yes vote. There are a lot of good things in this. On the portion of the mortgage, I'm trusting the WCDA will take that ball and run with it. They are the experts in the field. And so I encourage you to, if it means holding your nose, I believe it's the right thing to do at this point. And once judiciary, I believe, will take a hard look at this, do a great job on it. And if we need to change it at the end of June on the second set, then that's what we need to do. But I ask for your favorable vote.
Okay, are there any other members first time? Okay, and Representative Greer for your first time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's been a good debate on this, and one is I really want to point out, as everybody else has, as the committee worked hard on this. This is a tough issue, and I've heard a lot of the discussion. Immunity statutes have always been very difficult for me. Sometimes they're very necessary in order to move a certain part of industry forward. And so we've got a lot of the assumption of risks statutes regarding some of the things with recreational activities. How this is structured, and I think Representative Zwander said it best, we might end up with a statute in place for a month, 9 months, probably create rate to the board, which is a concern. And I realize, I think everyone knows that I'm as big a proponent of business as anyone. I'm all in favor of trying to help business grow in Wyoming. But I also know that we need to ensure that the constitutional rights and all the rights of our citizens are protected. And not all citizens run businesses. And this whole COVID-19 issue has been, it has squeezed our rights. We talk about the right to assemble in church, the right to assemble and speak freely with the people that we associate with. And what I'm afraid with this immunity provision is that these coils of constriction continue to squeeze the constitutional breath out of me and the constitutional breath out of my constituents. And it really bothers me. And so, you know, some of the folks that are saying I need to hold my nose and vote for this, kind of keep that in mind. Do we really want to restrict, constrict, whatever term you want to use, more rights of our citizens? And furthermore, some of the issues in this bill are really good, and I agree with them. In particular, some of the issues regarding the immunity that comes with the workers' compensation provision. However, there's nothing in this bill that we can't work and that we can't address probably better in 4 weeks. The issue with the unemployment insurance is already before the Minerals Committee, will be heard on June 1st, and will be vetted, and already got a subcommittee appointed with it. or to it. And we will work that, and we will have a better solution coming out of that. That will be a better long-term solution. So if we're uncomfortable with this, just vote no, and just roll up our sleeves and just go to work. And again, I will say this. I know we need to help our businesses. I know they're hurting. That's why we passed 1004 to try to help them. We can tell our citizens we tried to help them, or not tried, but did help them. But do we want to, just one more thing, take one more ride away from our citizens as a result of this COVID-19 pandemic? And so with that, I just really want to, those that are on the fence, who want to hold your nose, don't. Just vote no. We'll get this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Greer. Are there any other members first time? Representative Peperinen, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The synergy of this energy, the synergy of this legislature has manifested itself in this debate. I'm so impressed with what I've seen happen in the last hour. If this issue was right, we should feel good about it. But I have no such feeling, and I have a huge stupor of thought, and hence I cannot support this conference committee report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Peperinen. Any other members first time? Okay, and Chairman Zwanitzer, I'm going to throw it to you and first for a second and throw it back to me. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, go ahead.
Yeah, just reserve for a second time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move to seeing no other members that have not already spoken first. We're going to move to second time, and we'll start with Representative Pelkey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've only been in the legislature for about 6 years, but one of the experiences that I've had is during lengthy debate, I usually come up with the thought in the back of my head is that, you know, we're not convincing anyone. Talk as long as you want. We've got our minds made up, and we're going to vote the way we are. And we just listen to people talk and talk and talk. But this debate did me a lot of good. I was going to hold my nose and vote aye because of the good things in this bill and ignore the bad things in this bill. But I think our discussion is such that we need to vote no. And I'm not going to hold my nose, and I'm going to breathe freely when I vote no on this bill, because there are some major problems. We need to address the issues that are good, the elements that are good in this bill, but the immunity clause is so unnerving. And as the good chairman pointed out, you know, there's a possibility that we'll have an immunity clause or an immunity statute that would apply for 6 weeks, which would cause enormous confusion in the legal system. I would urge all of us to vote no on this bill and address the fundamental issues. Let judiciary deal with the immunity situation. And again, you know, one of the earlier speakers said, you know, we need to send a message that Wyoming is behind business, that we're open to business and we're business friendly. Wyoming is the business friendliest state in the country. But we don't do that at the expense of the fundamental rights of our citizens. And so I would urge you strongly to vote no on this conference committee report. Throw it back out there. Let's get this thing done right. And if it takes a little bit of extra time, it has to be worth it. So I would urge a no vote on this.
Okay, thank you for your second time, Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'd like to kind of bring the discussion back down to brass tacks in the real world for a moment. What we're looking to do here in this bill is to strike a balance between giving businesses the confidence that they can open up without fear of being put out of business by lawsuits, while maintaining public safety. And I think that's what this compromise does, because it creates a safe harbor essentially for actions taken in good faith. It creates a safe harbor where you follow the instructions of the state public health officer or a county or otherwise local health officer, so long as you're acting in good faith. That's what this does. I don't see what's particularly controversial about that. We need to find a balance here to address the concerns from, as mentioned by the representative from District 5. I think it's worth thinking through exactly how this kind of litigation is going to play out. Let's imagine you get sick with COVID-19, you go to the hospital, you're on a ventilator, you survive, but your medical bills are $100,000. You go to a lawyer's office and the plaintiff's lawyer says, well, how did you get coronavirus? And you're going to say, well, I don't know how I got coronavirus. And then the lawyer is going to say, well, what restaurants did you go to in the last 3 weeks? What hotels did you stay at in the last 3 weeks? What businesses have you been at in the last 3 weeks? And each and every one of those restaurants and hotels and businesses, they become a defendant. And as the representative from District 5 said, how is the lawyer ever going to prove that that caused it? And the answer is they don't have to prove it, because they'll have 20 defendants. And then the game is to shake each defendant's insurance company down for $20,000, $25,000. 20 times 25,000, that's $500,000. That's a good payday. Nobody has a constitutional right to file a frivolous lawsuit. We need to make our environment economically safe to reopen business. I'm a bit surprised by the hand-wringing over the process here. The original House Bill 1002 already introduced the idea of not just qualified immunity or a good faith immunity, which is what this amendment does. The original draft of House Bill 1002 that was vetted in the Management Council provides absolute immunity for employers for claims by their employees if the employee gets coronavirus at work, because we've defined on page 3 of the bill that coronavirus is a COVID-19, is a work-related injury by presumption. So once you do that, that workers' comp immunity is absolute. It means that if your employer recklessly gives you coronavirus under the current draft without any of these amendments, you have no right to sue your employer. You can get your medical bills paid. If you die, then your award is 2/3 of the Wyoming average annual wage. So I'm puzzled at the complaint over process when the idea of immunity was already in the bill. And the only reason that there wasn't more debate on this issue was because both House Bill 1005 and my amendment just got shot and killed right out of the gate with no discussion at all. So I find the complaints about process a bit strange. I mean, obviously we're doing things here very, very quickly. So what does kill people? Poverty kills people. If our economy, if we have 15 to 20% unemployment, mental health declines, substance abuse goes up as your unemployment rate goes up. As we all are painfully aware, in Wyoming, the rate of suicide, very tragically, is 24 per 100,000 residents per year, 24 per 100,000. We've regrettably had deaths due to coronavirus, to COVID-19. Right now, the death rate per 100,000 is about 1.2 per 100,000 residents in Wyoming, which means that you are 20 times more likely to die of suicide than from coronavirus. It is not like we have a perfect choice. We, I think, need to strike a balance, and I think the conference committee worked really hard on this. We have already made practical choices about someone's rights to sue for claims. This current draft with the amendment doesn't take away someone's right to sue if they are infected with coronavirus or some other infectious disease. If the tortfeasor, if the person doing the wrong thing has been reckless, has not acted in good faith, has not followed orders of a public health officer. So I think we don't live in a perfect world, but this bill makes the world better, and that's what we're here to do. So I encourage a yes vote.
Okay, thank you. Representative Tass, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The main thing that was driving my point of view, I had talked to our own insurance company and talked to other folks who had different insurance companies, and all of us that I've visited with, you guys talk about where you have a right to sue and your insurance company will come to your defense. That is not necessarily the case. Our insurance company has had a rider in that policy for as long as I've had that policy, 10 years or so. And it says that, she pointed it out to me, that it says that viruses and other communicable diseases, the insurance company won't defend. And so I know of several companies that said without some kind of protection from frivolous lawsuits, they don't see how they can possibly open up their business until this thing's settled. They're going to be closed all summer. And so we need some kind of protection so that the businesses can move forward and operate somewhat like they used to. I don't know, like one of the other, our good lady there's representative said, you don't know where you contacted that. That's true. You don't know where, and that cuts both ways, whether you contracted your virus at my place or at the place down the road. And since my insurance company won't defend me, they're going to come to me and for $50 go to the court and file a lawsuit. And what am I going to do? I'm going to try to settle out of court. Well, there's a scam. They'll go to the next one and somebody else will do the same thing. We need this protection. It is very limited in scope, only for this coronavirus, only for a given length of time, and only for whenever the state officer says this is a statewide problem. It's a epidemic. You talk about needing to defend our constitutional rights, our individuals. We need to also defend the constitutional rights of businesses, that they don't get just shook down over something that may have happened at their place or may not have. And there is no way to prove that they did contract it here and not there. And so consequently, you're as much liable as you're not. And so if you have some good lawyers, and I can understand lawyers really don't want this kind of an amendment because that's their bread and butter. But people will be settling out of court. It will cost us money. And even if they don't settle out of court, yes, we probably can defeat it. That means I got to spend dollars and time and hire these lawyers to go in there and defend me in court so that I can win. And it'll end up costing me more than if I had settled out of court. I had a brother-in-law that was an attorney, and he would argue black and white or white and black. He didn't care. They take a case because they make money, and that's their livelihood. And I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is businesses need some segment of protection from frivolous lawsuits so they don't get shook down every time or have to worry about who might be taking them to court. So I'm on and for this amendment. We need it. We need the bill. Please support it. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Blackburn, second time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I hope we haven't opened the doors to making people think about ways they can extort money from businesses through lawsuits. I hope that's not happening. But my thought now is, you know, after listening to our esteemed country attorney and some other attorneys, that I'm definitely a no vote at this point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Representative Hallinan, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think one of the issues that have been brought up is this, that we're going to be having the Judiciary Committee look at this bill and then write a perfect bill in 6 weeks. Well, I think this bill that we have right now is a pretty darn good compromise. And I wouldn't be surprised if after the Judiciary Committee gets done with it, that they also find it to be a good compromise and support it. So I think that we need to stay with what we have here. It's a good bill. The amount of liberty or the amount of rights that their people are giving up in this is very limited. The fact is that, well, I don't really remember all the things I was going to say, but I think that this is a very good bill. It's a good balance. And I think that we're not likely to see a change in this bill in 6 weeks' time. The amount of trouble that well, that's about all I have to say, I think, Mr. Speaker. And I'm all in favor of this bill and all in favor of this compromise. Thank you.
I thank you, Representative Hallinan, for your second time. Representative Clem.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I'm not wild about elements of this bill. It truly is kind of a compromise situation. There's a lot of things in here that truly I'm not wild about. Talked about the mortgages, but the one thing that I think is probably the most important element in this bill has to do with unemployment insurance, particularly the work share program. And as I'm listening to the conversation, and boy, you get pulled from one way to the other. I know that's how I've been. It's like, yeah, I agree, or no, I don't agree. I'm going to vote yes one moment and no the next. And the question that I had to ask myself is, am I letting the perfect become the enemy of the good? This unemployment insurance, the work share program, my concern is if we don't do anything for the next 6 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever it is, where does that place some of my constituents? I know there's many people I know personally and constituents who've reached out to me who have had their hours cut. They're struggling to make ends meet. Certainly there was provisions in this bill, obviously, that would have helped with renters insurance, which is great, or with renters. Expanded the mortgages. Yeah, not wild about it, but so here we have a whole swath of people who've lost, who hasn't lost their jobs, but they've lost the ability to work the amount of hours that they did before. And here's real solutions. And so, I look at this and do I want to trade someone's right to sue? And we could argue whether it's frivolous or not. And I understand the right to sue as far as constitutional rights. I totally get that. And I agree. I don't think that anybody should have the right to sue frivolously. And I do believe the safeguards are in here as far as taking reasonable steps. And you can't, if someone's going to flaunt the state health officer's orders and someone gets sick, then I think and someone could still sue. But if someone has taken reasonable steps, that's what's in here. That's what the compromise is. And so do I want to trade at the end of the day someone for the next 4 to 6 weeks, this opportunity for someone to get some help when it comes to paying their rent? or to engage in this work share program in which Wyoming doesn't participate. All these other states around us do, but Wyoming doesn't. Man, what does that do to our constituents? And yeah, I've got to answer to people too. And at this point, it's not the bill's not perfect, but I don't think a bill of this magnitude is going to be with the amount of stuff that we've put in here. But I don't want this bill to. I don't want the perfect to become the enemy of the good. And so I would encourage an aye vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Representative Sweeney, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, number one, the good representative, where the springs come out of the rocks, I think really turned my head, and I totally want to withdraw my comment about holding my nose. I will proudly vote for this because I think we need to move this forward. I ran into my dentist at the post office this morning. He was pretty upset with me on this very issue. And he was closed mostly because of the directive of the American Dental Association and other limiting factors by the states and the federal government. But he's opened back up. I cracked a tooth during the last days of the session, couldn't get in until this past week. And so I urge an aye vote. Stop and think for a second. I know the attorneys aren't, the Trial Lawyer Association, I'm sure is not going to be happy. I'm not supposed to say that. But we'll get this worked out, and it's the right thing. And for businesses, I think the representative from north of me made a very, very powerful argument also. And I don't know what my insurance policies did say on these when I had all the different businesses, but I urge an aye vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Conley, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, let me say, wow, what an incredible debate and conversation. It's been really, really well done in terms of taking these issues really seriously. I just want to add just answer a question and then one point. And it was Representative Walters asked about the change in language that went from the state health officer to a state, city, town, or county health officer. And honestly, where that came from was the kind of bringer of the Senate amendment wanting instructions on how her business should operate and where do those instructions come from. We recognize that with this pandemic right now that we have had some instructions coming from the state health officer, but we have also gone down to local control. And honestly, the recognition that the governor is now moving to county health officers, those decisions. And in fact, we see all sorts of businesses going to their county health officers right now for instructions. So it was simply the recognition that instructions can come from more than one health officer. And so a county health officer is the example here. So that's the answer to that question there. But I also want to address kind of the language that's going on about the issue going to the Judiciary Committee. And know that when we talked about that in committee, it wasn't that these changes to 35-4-114 would be going to the Judiciary Committee as the issue. Honestly, our belief is that 35-4-114 really is only clarifying language to what exists in current statute. And I think I started my comments the first time by saying that this really isn't a change. It's just clarification. It is saying that person means business. It says if that business operates in good faith, right, they're immune. It's already in statute. And so we truly believe that. What will go to the Judiciary Committee, honestly, is 1005 and the kind of Ansami Dalton and / Stith amendment, right? That was far broader, and something that I and the rest of the committee could in no way support because of the process and failure to vet. So those are the things that will go to the Judiciary Committee. They'll take a look at 354114, but honestly, we don't think it does anything other than clarify what's an existing statute. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Representative Washut for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is one of those bills where I wish I had the ability to see the future and know what was coming around the corner. But we don't have that vantage point here. Some things, you know, we believe are foreseeable, and some things we're having our worst fears and our worst nightmares about what if scenarios that might play out. So I look forward to the majority floor leader's comments about the consequences of holding this bill for 6 weeks and dealing with it in June rather than passing it today. I guess I'm not very confident that if we reject the conference report that we're going to get a bill today. And so I want to know what the consequences would be if we postpone that. And at this point, I'm leaning towards being an aye vote.
Okay, Representative Zwanitzer, can you chair for a minute?
Sure. For your second time, Speaker Harshman.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to address the good representative from Casper. So if the House does not adopt Joint Conference Committee number 1 report, I will appoint a second committee, and I believe the president will too. The Senate still has a quorum. They're waiting. You know, we still have to sign enrolled acts. The president has to sign the enrolled act as well. So it's not like they've shut down. They're down there doing a little work as well. So that's the process. There'll be a second committee appointed and we'll go to work on it. And that'll be a free committee. I have a lot of comments. You know, this has really been great debate. And immunity is a tough thing. And it is tough. Whenever you talk about taking people's rights or doing any of those fundamental rights, Article 1 of our Constitution, it should be tough. And so I really appreciate all the thoughtful debate. It's really well done. The process was problematic. This bill, we worked in committee, had weeks of work on it, hours and hours of work. And then a bill shows up at 5:30 the night before we start. Bill's unsuccessful. We try to amend the bill into another bill. And I get it. I've done that a lot myself over the years. I mean, when you're trying to find another horse in the race, and I get it. But this is really an important deal. And does it belong here? And has it been vetted? And I do not believe it's the same as a constitutional immunity as workers' comp. That's a whole different trade-off. And with all due respect, and this is different. And it's a hard one. So appreciate all the great debate, and we'll vote her up or vote her down. But if we vote it down, there'll be a joint conference committee number 2. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Speaker Harshman, and I will relinquish the chair back to you at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any other members for their second time? I don't see any other blue hands. Okay, question being called. Okay, we are voting on Joint Conference Committee report number 1.
Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, maybe I go for a second time.
Who is that? I can't see.
Representative Barlow.
Okay, I didn't see your blue hand up there. Representative Barlow. Okay, I got 3 screens, so I can't see everybody. Okay, Representative Barlow. Yeah, please. That'd be great if you could bring us home on this.
Mr. Speaker, well, I didn't put my blue hand up. I figured that anyway. So members, you know, this is probably the most robust debate I've had with the computer screen in a long time. So well done. It's probably one of the most robust discussions we've had about an issue for a while too. So thank you. But we've only had it about one issue. The one issue that we're focused on is the immunity issue. So I'm just going to remind you, the body, and I have all the concerns that I've heard about the immunity issue, I have too. I have too. But I want to remind the body, and I'm just going to walk through the bill as fast as I can. The WCDA program, the renter program. We give authority. We cover workers for illness, so they don't have out-of-pocket costs, and their employer's insurance doesn't go up because of those costs. We don't allow their experience ratings to go up for those employers. That's more money out of their pockets that we're gonna take that off the table. We don't have much disease in this state, thankfully, right now. But I don't know what the fall, somebody talked about looking into the future, what the fall might bring, or next year. So we're trying to do as much as we can to, this is preparation. This isn't all response. Some of this is preparation. The next part of the bill, of course, talks about premium credits, more cash in people's pockets, employers' pockets, so they can employ people. Unemployment. We hold them harmless for unemployment claims. We went from 3 point something percent to 15, 16. Do we get to 20? Those folks, somebody's paying those unemployment benefits. The employers are, because it's their experience ratings that's going to go up. And our system doesn't just pull air out. Our system, UI system, doesn't just pull money out of the air. It pulls it out of the employers. And with this act, as it's currently drafted, we'll be able to use CARES fund to backfill workers' comp and UI. So that's more money in the hands of our businesses to stay in business, to keep employing people. The renter thing, just like the mortgage thing, I understand that. And quite honestly, I felt bad that I didn't understand enough about it to probably make the enforceable enough case to get to a better spot. But there are real folks that lost those jobs, that unemployment rate, that will have challenges, that are having challenges. Yesterday, as we convened, I got an email from a constituent. You get lots of emails, right? Everybody gets lots of emails. I'm a resident of, I'm a resident of, I'm a resident of. This one was a name I knew from a community that I physically represent. Said, hey, I can't get through to get my benefits because I just got laid off from one of the largest employers in Northeast Wyoming, a coal mine. And I said, well, how long has this been going on? It'd been going on long enough that I reached out and I said, hey, please see that this person gets, their issue gets handled. Those are the kind of folks that I'm hearing from. You're hearing them from probably some of them too. And the programs that we're doing here, the question was time sensitivity. Were the folks that just lost their jobs, it's past sensitive, it's critical. For these programs, so we can backfill, so those employers that hopefully get to hire people back. I don't know that it's going to be the coal mine, but I hope it's the Main Street business. I hope it's some of the other employers that we have in the state, the service companies, et cetera. I hope they get the chance to open back up and get their doors open with employees that are still living in Wyoming. Because that's the choice for me. When I look at the things that are in this bill, emergency government actions, what are things that we can do to help stay an out migration? Folks that say, there isn't enough here for me to stay and continue to try to be here. And you know who those folks are generally? They're the young families. They're the graduates, all those college graduates we're so proud of that we heard about. I graduated in 1984. There weren't many opportunities in 1984 in Northeast Wyoming. Unless you wanted to buy cheap houses and had any money, because that's where we were in 1984. So the things that are in this bill are trying to stave off, trying to help keep people here, keep businesses open, keep people in their homes so they can go back to work, and keep employers in a place where they can potentially get back on track.
Representative Barlow, you got 15 seconds.
You're going to all vote your conscience. This is not an easy one. And it's quite interesting. It's like air ambulance. I'm defending something I didn't even bring, the immunity part of it. I think this is an important bill, and I'd ask for your favorable consideration. Time.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, we'll close as the sponsor of that conference committee report. We are now voting on Joint Conference Committee number 1, it's a report to House Bill, what is it? It's 102, Senate file, and House Bill 102. A majority of the elected members is required to adopt the report. Chief Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Barlow.
Aye.
Aye. Blackburn.
No.
No. Blake.
Aye.
Aye. Brown.
No.
No. Burkhart.
No.
No. Burlingame.
No.
No. Clausen.
Aye.
Aye. Clem.
Aye.
Aye. Clifford.
Aye.
Aye. Connolly.
Aye.
Aye. Crank.
Aye.
Aye. Dayton Selman.
Aye.
Aye. Duncan.
No.
No. Edwards.
Come on, Edwards.
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 Where are you, boy?
Edwards. Eklund.
Aye.
Aye. Air.
Aye.
Aye. Flitner. Excused. Freeman.
Aye.
Aye. Furphy.
Aye.
Aye. Gray.
Aye.
Aye. Greer.
No.
No. Haley.
Aye.
Aye. Hallinan.
Aye.
Aye. Henderson.
No.
No. Hunt.
Aye.
Aye. Jennings.
No.
No. Kenner.
No.
No. Kirkbride.
Aye.
Aye. Larson Lloyd.
No.
No. Larson Dan.
Aye.
Aye. Lindholm.
No.
No. Laux.
No.
No. McGuire.
Aye.
Aye. Miller.
Aye.
Aye. Newsom.
Aye.
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 Was
Aye.
Aye. Nicholas. Nicholas. Northrop.
Aye.
Aye. Obermuller.
Aye.
Aye. Olson.
No.
No. Paxton.
Aye.
Aye. Pelkey.
No.
No. Piperinen.
No.
No. Parnell.
Aye.
Aye. Roscoe.
Aye.
Aye. Salazar.
Aye.
Aye. Schwartz.
Aye.
Aye. Simpson.
Aye.
Aye. Summers.
Aye.
Aye. Stiff.
Aye.
Aye. Stivar.
No.
No. Sweeney.
Aye.
Aye. Tass.
Aye.
Aye. Walters.
No.
No. Washit.
Aye.
Aye. Western.
No.
No. Wilson.
Aye.
Aye. Winter.
Aye.
Aye. Yin.
Aye.
Aye. Zawanitzer.
No.
No. Mr. Speaker.
No.
No. Edwards. Edwards,
Excused.
excused. Nicholas,
Aye.
aye. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Raise your blue hand. Closing vote. The vote is closed. 38 aye, 20 no, 2 excused.
Okay, by your vote, you have voted to adopt Joint Conference Committee number 1 report to Senate File 1002. Okay, we're at that order of business, members, of signing of enrolled acts. The first enrolled act, the only enrolled act at this point, is House Enrolled Act number 1. Chief Clerk.
Enrolled Act number 1 being original House Bill 1004. An act relating to the emergency expenses of government related to business relief, be it enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Okay, thank you. I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 1. Being original House Bill 1004. I've so signed. Okay, members, I think we'll stand in recess. We're waiting, we'll wait for a few messages. Do you have any messages, Chief, that have been delivered during our debate?
I do not.
Okay, we'll have a few messages and then we'll have some Senate enrolled acts and then we'll move on to our closing. And so my computer says 7:22. Why don't we take a break and check back at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. So let's move that to 7:45. Let's try 7:45. We'll be hopeful. Okay, so thank you. Great debate. And the House will stand in recess until 7:45. Please turn off your video and mute your mic. Thank you.
Goodbye, folks.
He said to be back at what time? Was it 7:45?
Yep, 7:45.
Okay, thank you. I didn't catch that last part.
9 o'clock. Okay, then I'll be back at 9.
Aye. Yeah. Hi.
Hey,
Hey. Big head. There you go. Oh, there's no. See the little baby?
Get the sandbox finished, Grandpa?
I got the woodwork done, but the hardware store was closed, so I couldn't get any sand. But it has a future.
People, please don't forget, we are live, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
And what's wrong with being live with a cute grandkid?
Representative Roth, that was awesome. And perfect. Okay, members, so really we have two Senate enrolled acts to sign. And then we're actually waiting for the governor to join us, and we'll kind of move him his address to us. Then we just basically have our closing, and it's a somewhat standard closing, other than there's a little talk about maybe a future special session. So and much of that the majority floor leader will be presenting in the script. So we're just paused here a little bit, and I'm just waiting, and we're going to see the governor join in here at some point. And we could I just don't have a Senate file, or I would sign that right now. Those are going through the final enrollment process. So I guess I will open this up to any privileges of the floor. Go ahead. I have Representative Clem.
Mr. Speaker.
Is the governor with us?
I am.
Okay, we're going to hold on privileges of the floor. And I just want to welcome, of course, and I just want to get to my script, Governor, and I just want to make sure I say this right. I don't even know, but our Constitution talks about, or the governor addresses the legislature, and then, of course, it's customary to hear from our governor on the closing. So, Governor, it's kind of awkward. We would all rise when you walk into the House chamber, and I guess we'll certainly all applaud. And so it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, the Governor of the state of Wyoming, Governor Gordon. Please welcome to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hercules.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. And members of the House of Representatives of the 65th Legislature of Wyoming, before I begin, I wanted to give a word of thanks for your fine staff, our fine staff, the great staff of the great state of Wyoming. These past several weeks have not been easy for any of us, and they have all done yeoman's work. I want to thank all the men and women who have made Wyoming the envy of the nation in how we have handled this unprecedented crisis in our state. We have built a plane while we have been flying it, and just like our Wyoming Guard yesterday and the United States Air Force today, we have lift under our wings. Yesterday, you began a session intended to help the state address many of the challenges people, businesses, and institutions have been facing for greater and greater degrees over the past 6 weeks or so. You met, acted efficiently, debated consistently and thoughtfully and transparently, and you got the work we needed to get done. It is a beautiful day, and in some places, Wyoming has even seen a bit of rain. Grass is growing, trees are leafing out. We have good snowpack in most places. Calves and lambs are in the pastures. Spring has come. The good people of Wyoming worked hard to beat the surge that might have come with COVID-19. And now we too are emerging. Last night, restaurants were filled again. Families were out in the park. And if you can look outside here in Cheyenne, traffic is again coursing our streets. People are cruising. Campers are headed to the hills and lakes. Hair is being cut and weights are being lifted. And there is no doubt that we will have more weight to lift. We are some way off from coming back to normal, but we are growing again. Wyoming is just too strong. Your work over these past 2 days has been extraordinary, and I have been amazed at how well you have conducted these very difficult challenges that we've never done before. You knew it was important to get resources deployed to help our local economies recover quickly, to make sure we were ready for when demand for our natural resources would come back. You and I share a faith in our Wyoming people to lead the way back safely, wisely, and sensibly. Monday morning, Yellowstone Park will open in Wyoming only because we know we can. You have helped to make sure that those who want to come see all that Wyoming has to offer will feel free and welcome, and that citizens, businesses, and our workers will feel safe because they know we will have their backs. These are trying times, but we have taken some first steps. We in Wyoming know that we know not to plant our entire garden before the last frost. And we still may have a frost. Tonight, I'm sad to report that we have 2 new cases in a Washakie nursing home and 1 new death in Fremont. And I still worry that reckless behavior may cripple our progress going forward. We all know our journey back to normal won't be always as simple and easy, but we are Wyoming folk. We are not scared of work. We are not scared of challenge. We know the value of work, of family, of community, of common sense, and of faith. We are building back Wyoming. And while we know that there is still more work to be done, America's unsinkable economy is coming out of hibernation. As it awakens, the demand for our natural resources regain their stride. We will be ready, we will be safe, and we will be stronger for all of this. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Godspeed to you on your ways home. Be safe. Enjoy this spring that God has given us. God bless Wyoming and keep her free. God bless the people of Wyoming, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thank you, Governor.
America.
Thank you.
America, America.
Thank you. Enjoy your rest of your
Governor?
evening.
Yeah, Governor, and again, on behalf of the members of the House of Representatives, thank you for your closing remarks and appreciate your leadership during this difficult time. I think none of us have any idea, you know, the days and nights that you've spent and trying to care for our people, and we appreciate it, and we appreciate your partnership and your leadership. So it's greatly respected and appreciated by all the members of the House, and it'll really benefit, I mean, our state going forward. And the first step, of course, is how we respond. And I think you've really responded well, and we're so appreciative. And so we'll keep moving forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Governor.
Bye. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
All right, Mike.
Okay. Now, Members, I've been informed that it's going to take till about 8:30 to get the final edits and proof on the final bill. They'll be signed by the Senate President up through the clerk and run over here as fast as possible. I've been told that they think that process will be right around 8:30, that those bills will be here ready to be signed. We'll need a quorum. We'll go through the closing ceremony and we'll say goodnight to one another. Would you like to spend a few minutes on some privileges of the floor?
Mr. Speaker, could you turn on my video?
I don't know.
Representative Blunt.
Good question. I'll try. I don't know if okay, I certainly didn't turn it off. Let's,
I'm on.
It's 8 o'clock. Let's take a few minutes. Any privileges of the floor? Representative Clem?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I was just reflecting upon the last 2 days in the history of our state and special sessions. This is the first session, special session, I believe, since 2004, if I'm not mistaken, 16 years. And of course, the first special session, if I can say the name right, in our state's history where we've done this in an online format. And I think a lot of us were wondering how this was going to go. But I want to tip my hat to you and to our leadership, to the time that was spent in preparation to prepare. We spent 2.5 hours, I believe is what it was, on Thursday, just trying to go through and making sure that we were doing this right for the benefit of the public and for the benefit of our state so that we could take care of our business. And so I think it's gone tremendously well. I think we've gotten a lot of positive feedback because we've had more participation in the last 2 days, I think, than we've seen ever in the history of Wyoming as far as people being engaged in the legislative process. And it just shines a light on the beauty of our process, the beauty of our state, and how, as you like to say, we have the hardest working House in America, and I do believe that. And so I just want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank our leadership for the work, and thank the Wyoming House and the Wyoming Senate for the work that we did the last couple of days. So tip my hat to you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Clem. That's awful kind of you. And I appreciate your generous comments and appreciate everybody's work. And you think back to last Wednesday, and that practice session that everybody's on, I think of the practice, how good it was for the chief clerk and the Senate chief clerk sat through that, and the learning, and we continue to learn, and you learn, through making mistakes. That's part of the process. And so we really appreciate everybody's grace and willing to roll their sleeves up and go to work. So thank you very much for those comments. Representative Duncan?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The thought privilege, please.
Please, yes, please proceed.
Thank you. I had an interesting thought while we were on our last break and kind of chuckled that this session was actually the true closest we could get to a true citizens legislature, because we're all at home and we're doing this from home and taking breaks and doing things. So I thought that was quite funny that we keep talking about being a citizens legislature, and here we are truly living it and showing how adaptive we are. And I just wanted to compliment everybody. Those of us that are in business, it's been a pleasure doing this and really working at the speed closer to business than the speed of government. So the closer we can continue to keep moving to that level, I think the better for all of us. So I just wanted to compliment everybody and you and the leadership, but I thought it was pretty ironic that here we are at home being the citizens legislature, truly at home.
Yeah, well, thank you. Appreciate your comments. In Cheyenne, right behind the speaker's dais here, you can see the sun, and I've got that black shade pulled, but there is the most amazing car rally. I don't know if you can hear it, but it is Thunder Road out there. It is unbelievable. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds cruising the complex. And it is just amazing, the energy that's just outside the House chamber here. Okay, Representative Clifford, privilege of the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take this time to thank each and every one of my colleagues for the hard work that you've done. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I want to also, more importantly, say a big ha-ho, a thank you to all of our first responders, our essential workers, and our healthcare workers for all that they do for our communities. And I just want to humbly thank them. And it's just, saddened that we lost a 5th tribal member. 5th. We have over 150 of our tribal members that are positive. 38 of those are 19 years and younger. So I just ask you to keep the tribes in your hearts and your thoughts. And I just want to thank you on behalf of the tribes for, doing your due diligence to keep them at the forefront in the bills. And thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Representative Clifford. Okay, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege, if I may.
Yes, please proceed.
This has been real nice. I've got all of my wood chisels sharpened during this debate, and as we pass the time listening to this discussion, I would just like to share with the body that during our long break here this afternoon, that I invited a member, our representative of the Business Council, and a businesswoman here in Lander that went into business with everything she had about a year ago. Hardest working person you'd ever find, and is really struggling. This, she's been forced to close businesses. She's got some really difficult. So I invited her down, and we went through House Bill 1004. And that's why we do this. It was just, I can't explain the relief that come over her face, and hope back, her step was just a little lighter as she left here, thinking that she had an opportunity to apply and maybe pull herself out of a real predicament and move forward with a daughter that's just now starting into college and being able to do that. So I would just say, job well done, colleagues. Job well done.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Larson. Okay, Representative Eklund, privilege of the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lloyd, I thought maybe you were scratching your dog the whole time you were doing that, but sharpening chisels, I would have not figured that out, I guess. I had a little bit of a story I'd like to share. We all gave up a little bit this last couple of days. Representative Greer missed branding. I missed the sale of my calves, which I don't think I've ever done before. My 2019 calf crop sold yesterday, but my family handled it well. That's been an interesting journey. A year ago, we were in an epidemic with the calves that were being born. Representative Barlow would know a little about it. They had a coronavirus. That was the culprit that was found in the herd, and at various times you'd have 5 or 10 calves on life support. They'd be on IV fluids. And I learned a lot about, over the years, a lot about herd immunity and the strange effects, the strange ways that different viruses work. Nothing has been stranger than this corona that has infected the globe. I don't understand it at all. There's so many unanswered questions, but at the end of the year, we've eventually, the large group of calves that were born in May last year weighed 900 pounds. And so you get to the end of this thing and it was worth it. I won't talk about the markets. They tanked twice during the year, one from a catastrophic fire and then again by this coronavirus. But anyway, that's kind of life as usual. I'm just thought I'd share that story because so similar to what we're going to with the whole herd here in Wyoming and the nation and the country.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Eklund. Okay, members. I don't see any other hands up. We'll pause and to the sound of the gavel, and that will be at about 8:30. Okay, thank you so much, and we'll just
Mr. Speaker?
turn our Chief Clerk, maybe we have a message.
I do. I have one last message to read.
Well, that'd be wonderful. Messages from the Senate. Thank you.
Message 117, Mr. Speaker. Senate File 1001, Emergency Appropriation COVID-19 Fund 2. The Senate adopted the Joint Conference Committee Number 1 report on the bill listed above by the vote indicated. And I'm sorry, the votes aren't on the sheet. Just a second. And they're gone. So I'm sorry, I can't finish the message.
Well, we know it passed. We'll get that. Okay. Is that the only message, Chief?
That's it, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So the House will stand at ease until the sound of the gavel in approximately 20 minutes. Thank you, members. Okay, members, the House will come to order. You know, and just real quick, before we sign these enrolled acts, so what's happening in the Capitol, Representative Bunky Laux was just outside. We were packing some of our things up kind of so we didn't have to make 2 trips when we're done. And so we can head back home to Casper tonight. And he has a baseball in his hand. And I kind of see it from the distance because I'm parked a couple spaces out in front of the Capitol down from Representative Laux. And Bunky's got this baseball he's throwing. He's, I don't know, still working on his slider, I think. But this black car drives by and rolls down the window. And he says, "Bunky, what are you doing?" And it's the governor. And Bunky looks at him and tosses the ball. And Bunky says, "I love you, Governor." He says, "I love you too, Bunky." And only in Wyoming, right? This doesn't happen anywhere else. And so we're really blessed. And if there's a place to work this through, it's going to be our great state. So tell the people and to tell you it's been such an honor to serve. And for whatever reason, we're going to respond in the right way, and that will determine our outcome. It's so important. And okay, so I will first ask the chief clerk, do you have any messages from the Senate? I don't think you do. Madam Chief? Okay, so members, we're at that order of business of signing of Senate enrolled acts. The first enrolled act is Senate Enrolled Act number 1, original Senate file 1001. Chief Clerk, please read the enrolled act.
Enrolled Act number 1 being original Senate file 01001. An act relating to the emergency expenses of government, be it enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign enrolled act, Senate number 1, being original Senate file. I'm sorry. Okay. Being original Senate file 1001. I've so signed. The next enrolled act is Senate Enrolled Act number 2. Chief Clerk, please read the enrolled act.
Enrolled Act number 2, Senate, being original House or Senate file 1002, an act relating to the emergency aid and emergency procedures in response to the COVID-19 novel coronavirus pandemic, be it enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 2, being original Senate file 1002. I've so signed. Okay, members, we are now going to move to our closing ceremony here, and I'd like to recognize Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that bills currently pending before this body in 65th Wyoming Legislature special session not be carried over to any future legislative session.
Madam Minority Floor Leader.
I second that motion.
Okay, thank you. You've heard the motion. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, that motion is carried. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Senate be informed that the House of Representatives of the 65th Wyoming Legislature special session has completed its business and is ready to adjourn.
Okay, you've heard the motion. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, that motion is carried. I'm directing our House Chief Clerk, Ms. Wendy Harding, who's also served as the Assistant Chief Clerk, the Reading Clerk, and and many other roles, done such a wonderful job. I'd inform our chief clerk to inform the Senate that the House of Representatives special session of the 65th Wyoming State Legislature is ready to adjourn. And so next I'd, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move the following, that the House of Representatives 65th Wyoming Legislature be adjourned from the special session until a date and time which are determined jointly by the President of the Senate and by the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the purpose of calling the Senate and the House back into session. And number two, that if no such time is established before December 31st, 2020, the House of Representatives 65th Wyoming Legislature special session is adjourned sine die, effective at 12 o'clock noon on that date, and the Legislative General Session 66th Wyoming Legislature shall convene on the 12th day of January 2021 at the hour of 12 o'clock noon. 3, that the House of Representatives specifically concurs with any identical motion adopted by the Senate. And 4th, that if the Senate fails to concur with the action of the House of Representatives under paragraphs 1, 2, and 3 of this motion, by adopting an identical motion applicable to the Senate, the House of Representatives 65th Wyoming State Legislature May 2020 special session is adjourned sine die.
Okay, members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, that motion by your vote has passed the House. We're now at that order of business of reading and approval of the journal. Representative Western. And he is out in the, I might have to have another member of the Journal Committee, Chief Clerk, because I know he is out at a branding, and I think he is in sparse internet country.
And I'm sorry, I don't think Representative Yin has this motion. Would you like me to make it?
That'd be wonderful, Chief Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, your Journal Committee reports that the Journal of May 16th, 2020 has been read and recommend that it be approved.
There being no objection, the report is adopted. Members, as we have a couple things now, next is our benediction, and I would invite Representative Kenner of House District 29 in Sheridan County to give the closing prayer. So we'll just give a minute for all of us. So we'll mute our mics, and the only one we'll hear is Representative Kenner. And so if you'd all please rise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let us pray together. Our Father in heaven, we have so much to be thankful for, and for the many blessings you have given for us. For all these, we are eternally grateful. At the same time, we have many challenges now and ahead of us. We know you will be with us and help to guide us with the many decisions we will have to make. We ask for strength, courage, wisdom, understanding, and insight as we serve our friends and neighbors here in Wyoming. Help us to be swift to hear, slow to speak, and slow to anger. Please be with all those who serve alongside of us and support us, our LSO and session teams. Please be with all our families who also support us and help carry our load. We remember all those healthcare workers and other workers who tirelessly try to protect and care for all of our people. We ask and pray for those suffering in our state from this virus, for their families, for those souls who have departed, and for their families. We ask you to continue to bless our great state of Wyoming. Please also bless the United States of America, and in your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Representative Kenner. Subject to the conditions members set forth in the majority floor leader's motion, the House of Representatives, 65th Wyoming State Legislature, May 2020 special session is adjourned. Members, as I tap the gavel, we adjourn for the night. I'd like you to stay on just for a few moments. I've asked our own Representative Blake, our House Choir Director. The rest of us will mute, but we'll be able to hear him and we can sing in a muted mic and he'll lead us in God Bless America. So members, stay safe, stay strong, and stay together. And the House is adjourned. Representative Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Thank you all. God bless and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Stan.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And I freaking love Stan.